Hello, what is up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Today, finally, is the day where we can celebrate in a Phoenix Sky Harbor airport for Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't know why I've been wanting this airport for so long. I know we'll talk about like the other developers and all that stuff that are coming up for making this airport like Flightbeam, but however, let me backtrack. Phoenix Sky Harbor. American flies there, Southwest flies there, Spirit flies there, Frontier flies there, Delta. Everybody flies to Phoenix. It's a great spot to access a bunch of different airports on the West Coast that have really good scenery. It is probably one of my top 5 desired sim airports to have just because of all the places you can go and all the great sceneries around the Sky Harbor airport. So today, we finally get to take a look at the first payware release for Microsoft Flight Simulator. This one's from BMWorld, BMWorld, AM Sim. The link, if you want to check it out, !KPHX. Put that in the chat. Nightbot should get that going for you when he joins the channel. But I'm not a sponsor. I bought it this morning. I think it's like $25, $30, right around there. That's US, and so far I've been pretty excited. We're gonna take a look around. We're gonna do our due diligence looking at the airport. You guys have the best eye for details and stuff that could be missing or incorrect. So if you see something like that, point it out. Let's take a look at it. But from what I have seen, and I fly in and out of this airport a lot. I grew up in and out of this airport. I used to spend a lot of time on the roof of this airport, plane spotting, contemplating life decisions, whether it be personal life issues with girlfriends, or what am I doing, like flight instructing training. I did a flight instructing out here in Phoenix. So the roof of Sky Harbor Airport is actually a very near and dear airport to me. I've done a lot. I've spent, I don't know how many hours, probably maybe a little over 100 hours if I could think about it, on the roof of Sky Harbor Airport plane spotting. So we're going to take a look at that today. So good to see you, everybody. Nightbot has finally joined the channel. Matt Warren, thank you for the continued support. Says, so stoked for this airport as an Arizona native. Matt Warren, well, I hope it lives up to the hype that you're anticipating. I personally think it's great. We're going to look into it here detailed, and we're also going to do 2 legs. We're going to fly to Las Vegas, and then we're going to turn this puppy around, and then we're going to come right back to Phoenix Sky Harbor. Now, I don't want to get too far from the Phoenix airplane here, because, you know, when you in the Phoenix, for some reason, if you get too far away from it, it disconnects everything. So I won't get too far away, but we're going to do our proper scouting around when we do our return leg and stuff. But I mean, you can come in here, not this one, but I'm going to go up over here to the roof. Hopefully this won't be too far and it won't disconnect everything. That's about the extent of where I want to go. But I mean, you can see it is pretty well done, honestly. Now, there are some issues with jet bridges. Everybody said there's like Southwest marks everywhere, so I do see that. So I think that needs to be updated with the Southwest is pretty much locked in on the southeast side of this airport, which would be all the way over here. And we'll see. Oh, there we go. There's a Southwest over there on that side. That's kind of where they do their whole thing. Now, what's really cool is the terminal is actually modeled over there, and you can go in and you can see there's this big glass window where a lot of people do plane spotting and stuff. That's modeled. You can sit there and check it out. I will fully go through the airport with the drone cam on our return leg. That way we don't have to worry about getting too far away from the Phoenix and it messing up all that stuff. Or when I say messing up that stuff, meaning like if you're in the Phoenix, you probably know this. If you get too far away from the airplane and drone cam, it basically drops everything and reloads the airplane. So we're not going to do that on this particular flight, but we will take our time looking around and checking out this airport as best we can on our departure. Team Vodka has dropped 20 gifted subs out of the gate. Team Vodka, man, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate you, man. That's absolutely awesome. I'll pause the alert box. If you guys pick up a gifted sub from Team Vodka, make sure you shout him out. Let him know you're appreciative of that. I'm going to get the old LSG Sky Chefs coming over here. But Team Vodka, man, you're the dude. You're awesome. Thank you for the support. Guys, if you did pick up a membership from Team Vodka, I did release a shorts video just this morning for the members only, so make sure you check that out. You can see where I've been. I apologize for the kind of the confusing stream that I was posting. We were going to do the Tollus yesterday, but yours truly, guess who got the 0300 3 a.m. phone call last night? Well, it wasn't really last night. It was yesterday morning, 0300. Got a trip, did a lot of flying. So I wasn't able to do it, and then I rescheduled the Tollus flight test stream this morning, and then I realized it was brought to my attention that Flight Deck to Sim was actually flying the Tollus this morning, so I didn't want to clog up the airways on him, so I canceled that stream. We're going to be back in the Tollus. We're going to absolutely abuse and crush the TOLUS down to the bolts tomorrow on a flight test stream. We're going to go over a bunch of different things. So if you're still looking for the TOLUS 320 Neo stream, that will be tomorrow, barring that I don't get another trip assigned to me. But today I figured since Flight Tech Sim's doing the TOLUS thing today, we'll just check out this Phoenix Sky Harbor because, like I said in the open, I really, really, truly have been waiting for a good rendition of Phoenix because this airport is near and dear to my heart. So, those are the GSX jet. Yeah, so I do have the GSX. Is that what it is? The GSX jetways. That's why it's got the Southwest on there. I'm not sure. I know there's a way to like exclude the jetways and stuff, but I got them. This is just how it loaded in for me, and I don't have a problem with it. So I'm just going to let it do its thing. I think you can go through GSX and you can exclude the default jetways, and then put the other ones back on. So I guess these are the GSX jetways. Take that for what it is. Somebody did say, I did hear that there was an issue with the actual scenery jetways having Southwest logos on all of them. So keep that in mind. Dougal McTavish is in the house. Good to see you, Dougal, man. It's been quite a while. I hope you're well. Welcome to the stream, Dougal. Man, it's been a while since I've seen you around, man. It's always a pleasure when you stop by the chat. So hope you're well, Dougal. Thank you for tuning in, and good to see you here. All right, Cosmic Doubloon is in the house. Cosmic, good to see you. Aviation Blaze, my bad. I'll push the microphone back a little bit. I was kind of right up on the microphone right here. Sorry about that. So I pushed the mic back a little bit. Aviation. I'm all excited, man. I've had like 3 or 4 coffees. I'm jacked up. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to fly this. So just Chuck Blake dropping off 20 more gifted subs. Chuck Blake, dude, thank you so much, man, for the support. More subs for you guys. Team Green, absolutely awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Chuck Blake, for that. Guys, turn in the chat green. That's 40 new subs, sub membership. So exclamation point welcome will get you all your details and stuff for your new perks here on the channel. Very generous of you, Chuck. Thank you, sir. All right. Will the route take over the Grand Canyon? Mick, I don't believe this route is going over the Grand Canyon where it's a short route. It's, no, the Grand Canyon. You know what? I actually don't know. I have to check our routing. We'll check, Mick. We're going to step through it together. It is a very short flight, only about an hour 20 block time, probably 45 minutes en route. So that gives us time to just really slow it down, enjoy the GSX boarding, enjoy the setup of the airplane, enjoy the views. I'm going to set us up so we can go taxi to the south side of the airport. We're going to taxi under the, is it the SkyTrain? I don't remember if it's called the SkyTrain. What is it called? You Phoenix natives. So the airport actually has the bus that goes up and down, and it will transfer you from over here all the way to the other terminals. And it was pretty neat. I remember when they first opened it. They first opened this Sky Trolley. Every airport has a different name for this. What am I Phoenix native? It is the SkyTrain. Okay, and the first time they opened it, they had to close it immediately because they didn't calculate for the amount of people or the weight of passengers going up the hill. So the train was having a hard time getting up the hill with passengers on. It was working just fine when they were doing test runs with only a few people or engineers on there. But then when they loaded it up, it was having issues. So then they closed the SkyTrain immediately, retweaked whatever they do. I guess it's all rail, electric, and all that. So they probably retweaked the torque and the power settings. And there it goes right there. Boom. And then I remember the first airplane to ever taxi under the SkyTrain was the Southwest 737. So that goes out to the East Economy parking lot, says come here. Awesome. The SkyTrain bridge. It's called the Juicy Train. Exactly. Rusty C, good to see you, man. And oh my goodness, another 5 gifted subs popping off from Flight Force 77. Flight Force, my man, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, guys. You're absolutely awesome. I really appreciate the support this morning. And again, if you do pick up a gifted sub from Flight Force, make sure you shout them out. Let them know you're appreciative of that as well. And I hope Flight Force, if you did pick this airport up, my man, I know we were talking earlier, I hope you enjoy it. I think it looks great. The bridges look really good here. One thing I will say just before we get start getting back into the airplane and doing airplane things is I believe, a freeware UMBLO, or I can't remember the developer. It was a freeware Fenix on the Flight Sim TO. Make sure you uninstall that before doing this one because it'll mess up your meshes and your bridges and everything like that. So if you have that from the Flight Sim TO, I believe it was a free one that I had downloaded. just make sure you uninstall that and everything will be good. See Fenix in the background down there. Frames seem to be pretty awesome. I really don't have any issues. That'll be more telling once we get the airplane all set up here and we're taxiing out. Then I'll have a better idea on frames. But honestly, Microsoft is running really good for me right now, knock on wood. So I don't want to say anything, but I haven't noticed anything out of the gate. We will definitely be able to tell, though, when we take off and then, of course, fly back in. So, okay, we're going to spend all day out here if I don't get in the airplane. So let's get back to the airplane. Let's get this thing fired up, shall we? Shaq Oatmeal, welcome back to Private Pilot, sir. Shaq, good to see you, man. I see you doing some Hawaii flying earlier, man. Always a pleasure. Welcome. Shaq, I haven't forgot about you, my man. I was going to call you the other day, but it was Sunday evening. I was like, well, I don't want to call him on Sunday night. And then I got called yesterday, flew all day, got back late last night. On my drive home after flying all day long, I'll tell you a story about that too. The gate agent made me check my bag, which I haven't checked my bag in over 10 years. Really pissed me off. That was delayed. On my drive home, they shut the highway down, and I was stuck in traffic for 2 hours. So I didn't get home till late last night. But Shaq, my man, good to see you. Welcome. All right, here we go. Let's fire it up. Is Honeywell 7.5 Soup JC, isn't that on the, that's going to be on the northwest side? We will check it out. I want to, if you really want to do like the drone cam, be here on the return leg, because on the drone, we will go completely through the airport on drone cam on the return leg, because that's when I can just get away from the Fenix and don't worry about it. So sometimes, like I said, I don't want it to drop everything and then constantly reload, because I've had issues where if that happens in the Fenix, if you get so far away, it drops and reloads, and then my frames are really bad. So I don't want to have that this morning. But here we go. One thing that is cool, and I will note, is everybody who's ever flown into Sky Harbor, this is one of the most probably prominent features of the terminal buildings. I don't know why, because it's just unique. It's just Arizona. It's just, you know, the native history of the land. It just is, they have these designs on the terminals, and it's just something that sticks out. At least it stuck out in my mind. So every time you pull up to a terminal or a gate in Sky Harbor, this is what it is. And they've got it here very nicely done. So these columns, these round columns here, the stone columns, the colors are very good. I wish we could get this B-22, this thing to light up. That would be pretty cool if that would work. But anyway. Matthew James, welcome to Commercial Pilot. Cheers to you, sir. Thank you for joining the channel, becoming a member. Absolutely awesome. Thank you. Do I prefer Fenix over the Tolis? Nah, man. I prefer, it's all whatever sim you want to prefer. Whatever sim you want to fly that sim. We will be in the Tolis tomorrow, because I have something in store for you. We're going to absolutely beat that airplane up tomorrow. So we were going, like I said, we're going to do it today, but because of the airspace situation, we're going to do it tomorrow. All right, that's on. Let's go up the left-hand side. Boom, boom. CVR test. Bang. There we go. Let's go 1, 2, 3. I also got to fly an old 319 yesterday. Had this old IRS panel here. It's actually one of our older 319s that we have in the fleet. I think it was a 2004 or 5. So what's that make it? That's almost a 20-year-old airplane. It was an old 319. She was beat up, but she flew well. She flew well. All right, strobe into auto, nav position 1, off auto, arm U. And while I'm looking at it, we always talk about, just make sure you're verifying your switches. The 319, when I first got into it, it was on a long maintenance overnight. And when maintenance actually brought the airplane to the gate, all the switches that we normally leave, because the way the Fenix is laid out it's pretty normal. That's a normal shutdown switch position. But whenever maintenance gets the airplane, you really got to be careful, because they do their checks and stuff, and switches may get left out of the quote-unquote normal cold and dark position. I had, it wasn't the landing elevation. It was the mode select was on manual. I also had the cross bleed was shut here, and there was another thing that was kind of funky. Oh, they had APU generator off, which... that would have been weird, because you start the APU, like, why don't I have any generator power? That was off. So I had 3 or 4 switches out of position just because the airplane came from a heavy maintenance check. And so I was like, okay, once I saw that, I stopped what I was doing, went all the way back to my seat, pulled out the CAN, the logbook, re-verified, and did everything again one step at a time, because you don't want to skip. We get in the habit of complacency and repetition. You don't want to just skip over a switch and not actually verify that it's in the correct position, even though the last 500 times it was in the correct position. The 501st time it's not in the correct position, it could cause you issues. Just ask that Helios flight that had the pressurization after a maintenance. So Cool, cool. Anyway, let's continue on. External power is on. We'll do our fire test. One thing I do like about this, and this just because I was adding that 319 yesterday, the way, see how dim the discharge and everything lights up? It's almost a perfect representation of an old airplane, like the one I flew yesterday, almost a 20-year-old 319. And you get into the new Neos, everything is so bright and fresh. And actually the lights, the backlighting and the fire push is actually a little bit different inside here. So it looks different when you press it. It's brighter. I think it's a different LED layout. But that's why I hope maybe one day if Fenix does bring a 319 to the table, they kind of keep with this old school feeling in the cockpit for sure. All right, did that old 319 have CRTs? Yes, it did. It actually did have CRTs. It actually had CRT McDoos, man. We had the new screens up front, but both McDoos were CRT. Because most of our fleet is all of these, but we still have CRTs in here. And none of this fancy A-cars and all that stuff. So, all right, everything is done. We go hydraulics. That looks good. Engine is good. Pressurization is in auto. Wait, what? Yeah, pressurization is in auto. Everything else looks good. We'll come down here. Yep, no LED lights on the CEO. That's what it is. Oh, cool. Fenix Tower hopped online. Sweet. And they gave us a PDC. So let's go ahead and go ATSU and do a flight init here. And then as soon as we get everything initialized, we will do the loading. And then while we're loading, we'll be able to look more at the airport. We'll do this. We'll get that coming in. That looks good. Beautiful. Boom. Boom. I guess I didn't need to do that, right? I could have just done it right here. That's going to bring in our flight plan. Everything else looks good. Don't need floodlights. Off, on. Cool. All right. How are we looking on fuel? We got 12.5 on board. 12.5 is what we needed. I did the instant loading of this because I wanted to do SimBrief, or not SimBrief, GSX loading. So we'll leave that like that. 152 people on board this 320 today. All right, here's our flight plan. We're operating as Cactus, the old school Cactus 357. I was going to use that US Airways livery, but I had to do at least the true America West like we got today. Did the old three? Oh, I already read that one. What's the scariest situation you've been in while in the cockpit? Cars and games, since you have a membership now, check out some of the V1 After Dark podcasts. At the end of each podcast, I do a cockpit confessional, and there's been a couple in there. I've had a handful of really close calls. One in particular that pretty darn close. Could have been bad. I was actually flying cargo at the time. But check that one out, man. That's for all the members only. That's all your extra content you now have access to. I'm still hoping to flight beam Fenix. Their Denver is so buttery smooth and pretty. Tony Johns, I know. And I'll talk about that here in a minute. Let me finish uploading the airplane. Cost index, we're going to do a 15. Actually, we're going to do less. We're going to do cost index of 5 because it is a very short flight today. Our cruise altitude is 280. And we'll just align on ref. Well, that's fine. Fenix departure. What do they have for us today? The Fenix ATIS is Quebec, and they are departing 8, so they're going eastbound departures. So hopefully we can get. He's going to give us. We'll probably get 8 for takeoff. Actually, we can go out any way we want to, right? Because there's no ground online. Or do we taxi with tower? Would you rather the Fenix make a 319 or 321? I'd rather them make a 319, if I'm being completely honest with you, just because I like that airplane a lot. I want to taxi under the sky bridge, so that's going to be 7 left for departure. Let's do that. Let's do 7 left for departure, and we're going to be on the Zephyr. Let's go northbound. Zephyr 2 out to Rasta. Insert that, and this is a super easy flight plan. Arrival. ILS 26 left for the Rockstar 3 off of Elda. So I love simple flight plans. Rockstar 3, Elda, insert. We might have a double there. Let me double check this. Do we have 2 Eldas? Nope, because it's an Airbus and it's smart. So we got perfectly Eldas. Everything looks good there. Beautiful. Done. I'll ask him. Top down? All right. I'll ask him for 7 left for performance, even though 8's longer runway. Secondary, initialize. We'll do a quick air return scenario. Phoenix. Uh-oh, I messed that up. KPHX to KPHX. Secondary. Oops, secondary, secondary. If we do have to come back, we're going to land on 8 in this long dry runway. Secondary perf. Don't need any of that. Winds are calm. Temperature is 2-1, warming up nicely. And 3004 on the meter. 3004 is set. I don't know what the baro is. I don't want to look it up. We'll do 200 in the radio. Rad nav, we'll put PXR, hard tune that one. Progress page, Fenix is going in there. Perf, fuel and knit B. This is where we're going to do some other work here. You could probably just tell them you want to taxi into the bridge. All right, I will. Does this have the new Southwest gates on the south side? Yes, Tony Johns, it does. That's why we're also going to go over there. I'll show you. I'll show you. It's pretty neat, man. This airport, honestly, I'm pretty impressed. Let me find this. 128.4 and 29.4. 128.4 and 29.4 there. Block fuel on board is 12.5. We've got 12.5. Oh, we've got a Frontier spawned in next to us. That goes there. And make sure how we looking. It's balanced but incorrectly because we did the auto load. That's fine. We'll do this. We'll do this. And we'll do this. Seatbelt sign is on. And now we will start boarding. And we can kind of request boarding. Oh, wait. I didn't do the sim brief. Hold on. Shoot. You're too late. Try another time. Aww. No! I tell you what, we're going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. Hold on. We're going to fix this right here. We're going to change that to 18. Apply. Generate. Next to you, I actually like GSX. I'm going to show you why here in a second. Hold on, I'm refiling. Give me a second. Cool. Now, hopefully, let's close that. Ding. All right, here we go. Boarding has begun. Did that say 101 already? Super excited for Salt Lake and Portland, Maine. Yeah, Portland, Maine would be sweet. Aviation Spotter, thank you for the support, man. Phoenix in the Phoenix. You guessed it, dude. You guessed it. We are Phoenix in the Phoenix. I guess they're all done loading out there, huh? 130 of 156. All right, there we go. Everything is looking good. We've done catering. I guess they're done boarding. That was quick. All right, well, GSX normally is nice, but today it's being a little bit hasty with me. It already pulled the jet bridge back. That's fine. Let's hit the magic barrel ref key. Constraint mode's on. Constraint mode's on. In the circle of thrust. What's up, Randy? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the continued support. Happy flying to you, man. Happy flying to you. Oh, Arrow. I didn't know that. I will have to do that. I'll have to do that. Let's get our squawk code in here. What do we got? We have 3. Oh no, 0710 on the squawk. Wow, we can barely see it. 0710. We're going to turn that on because in the Phoenix, if it's an auto, they don't pick you up for some reason. So, 0710 on the squawk. Approve, climb via SID. Cool. Contact appropriate controller with coordinates for taxi. All right. So we'll call him for taxi. Everything else looks good. Let's get this fired up. I bought it 1 month ago, but for some reason GSX doesn't want to update after I download. Every time I open it says there's an update, but stuck at 7%. That's interesting. I haven't heard that, man. I haven't heard that or heard of that bug. Use the Microsoft Flight Simulator ATC to request JetBridge connection. Ah, that's fine. We're already boarded up. We'll start the APU and get out of here. Exclamation point KPHX for the scenery. American has America West Heritage Livery, which is kind of interesting. I don't know why they have that. Yeah, Chris, they have it for all the airlines that they've bought and merged and destroyed. So you'll see AirCal, Reno. You'll see a TWA, America West, U.S. Airways. Who else do they have that they destroyed? There's a couple of them. Those are called the heritage liveries. I like them. Oh, looks like we're getting some bags. Looks like the bags are showing up. Piedmont, how could I forget? They do have a Piedmont, PSA, AirCal, yep. Ah, cool. So our bags are showing up. Very nice. Well, in that case, let's call the jet bridge back. What the hell? Come back. Come back. Jack, come back. That guy doesn't look very happy to be working today. I gotta tell you, the sounds are pretty sweet. It's a nice morning. Let's do. Let's pop a window, shall we? It's a nice morning. We'll pop a window open. All right. Climb via the SID. Top altitude 280. We'll set 280 in the window. We'll make sure everything else is set. Timer on for the APU. Everything else is done cockpit-wise here, right? And we can do our perf data after we push back. All right, we're pretty much ready to go then. We got VORs on both sides. We'll get the terrain on. It is high terrain out here. And we'll just finish, watch the loading process here, and then we'll get out. Hello, V1. What do you have your AA set to? I'm having a heck of a time with scenery in the buildings and jet bridge wiggling and jiggling. You know what? I've seen that, and I can see it right now. I see a little bit, but this is the GSX jetway. I see a little jiggling or like flickering right there. I believe I'm on TAA. I'm on TAA. But here, let's back off a little bit. I don't know if this terminal is modeled. Let's check it out. So the southwest terminal is modeled. Yeah, this one's not. But the southwest side, the gate's actually modeled. The inside, the internal. I'm not going to go over there right now just because we'll mess it up. But, I mean, it's pretty sweet. We're going to taxi all the way over there too. We're going to do a long taxi. Are you going to eventually buy the FSS E175? I'm not going to buy an E175 until I see one that's worth buying. And I'll probably wait for Phantom 320 because I think he's involved in some dev or some early testing of some of that stuff. And him and I, we both flew the Embraers. So once I see one that's worth buying, I'll let you know. In my opinion, I haven't seen one yet. Have you ever had the Wasp Hornet? Yes, I have. I actually had, Slam Cannon says I had one during the stream. I remember that. That was when we first bought this house and I was streaming with Starlink. I remember that we had a wasp infestation and there was one on, like just they came out of the wall. I remember that. I definitely remember that. And I have had that in the cockpit as well. I had it flying freight one time. Almost swerved off the runway in a Piper Chieftain, or I think it was in a Navajo. As soon as I added power, it came through the vents. There's like 3 of them that like just flew in from the air vents because all it is ram air really in the Navajo, and that was spicy. Phantom, who is Phantom? He's a Phantom. No one knows who he is or where he is. I haven't actually talked to him in a while. I should send him a text. Should I send Phantom a text right now? I'm going to send Phantom a text right now. I'm going to text him right now. I have his personal phone number. What should I say? Everyone in chat wants to know if you exist. All right, we'll see what he says. Phantom, the source of every single mistake makes on stream. Indeed. Is the runway rubbered in? I feel like too many payloads don't include decent rubber. Let me see. Let's take a look. Well, we'll let you know when we fly over there. I'll let you know when we fly, when we taxi over there. Now, Sky Harbor recently, I say recently, but maybe like, what, a couple of years, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they actually did they were closing runways so that they could redo the runway surfaces and clean a lot of that off. So once you have too much rubber on the runway, I mean, they can become really slick and it just becomes an issue. So, all right, it's been on for 3 minutes. Let's turn the bleed on. APU bleed is on. We'll disconnect from ground power. We can go ahead and pull that. Oh, we'll go ahead and do this. Since we got the air conditioning on, let's close the window. Where do I grab it? I forget. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I actually have to do that, and then there we go. Make sure it is locked. Let's go down here. Oh, I was on the right page already. Let's get rid of the GPU, and I think let's make sure everything is normal. Yeah, brake fans, hydraulic, nav, and go around. That's all we need. Cabin, we don't need any cabin lights today. Taking away frames, everything looks good. You know what we should have done though? Let's get rid of the ISIS. Let's do analog with the DDRMI. Let's go old school. There we go. That looks a little better. At Heathrow, we sent out a vehicle, most nice, to blast and suck up the rubber deposits on the runway. Interesting. Interesting. All right, how are we doing out there? They're still finishing up with the bags. All right, we're almost done with the bags, and then we'll get out of here. Love that APU sound. Oh, they're finishing up right now. Dougal says, I'm under strict instruction to send love and hugs to Miss V1 and family from Miss McTavish, also watching. Dougal, appreciate that, man. Yeah, they are. They're at home. It's gonna be quite some time before I get to see him again, because I've got this 6-day stretch, so really 7 days, and then I'm gonna be driving another U-Haul truck Friday morning at 2 a.m. So I will have gone on almost 7-8 days without seeing them. That's a long time. Even though we're used to it, 4 days is long. 7-8 days, it's way too long, man. My kids are too small. They grow so fast. I see pictures of them my girls look an inch taller already. But thank you, Dougal. Appreciate that. Kelly Simmer, sorry, man, I missed your membership chap up there. Dude, thank you for the continued support. 10 months? 10 months already, Kelly Simmer? You're right. I love your content. I must, since I schedule my meetings around it. Kelly Simmer, I know, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support, Kelly Simmer. And I apologize if I caused you any issues with your meetings today because of the rescheduling, all that stuff. We had a bunch of rescheduling of the streams recently, but here's the deal. That's the problem when I'm on call. This is, I typically don't do an on-call or reserve schedule, but I did one this month, and that's the problem. If I schedule a stream and I get called, I'm not going to be able to stream, obviously. So barring any calls tomorrow morning at 0300, we shall be in the TOLUS again. But I can't promise you that because I am on call tomorrow, so we'll find out. And the ironic thing, since we just flew to Raleigh, I said I hadn't been to Raleigh in a while. I got my schedule for next month. I'm not on call. I've got a regular schedule next month. I've got Raleigh. It's like one of the first trips I do, Raleigh overnight. So excited for that. Danny, I have a 3-year-old and a almost 2-year-old. She's 1 3/4, I think. I should probably know her birthday. I think it's May, like the first or second week of May. Is her birthday, is my young one. Her birthday is July 30th. So, all right, they are done. APU is on. I think let's prepare for pushback and departure. And then we'll call ATC. We'll request 7 left, 120.9. We are not starting before. So 120.9 for tower. Boop, boop, right there. That is set. And then let's do our perf, departure perf. All right, sync the final load sheet off 7 left, sync live weather, calculate that. Oh, I forgot to force Toga, stand by. Stand by. We are forcing Toga, yeah, obviously. Toga packs on, though. We don't need to go packs off. Toga packs on, optimum flaps. Now let's recalculate that, please. 1840-40. All right, 18, 40, and 40 with the flaps 1-0 on the trim, so that's rare. Well, not rare, but perfectly loaded. 18, 40, 40 is set. They're pushing, they're getting everything off that way. What else we got? Everything else is good? I think everything else is good. We should probably pull up a taxi diagram. 8-month-old is July 1st. Wife loved being pregnant when it was 115 in Arizona. Matt, dude, same deal. So my wife, she, same thing. Where she was pregnant during the summer, and just especially towards the end of the pregnancy when they are the largest. It is, I shouldn't say largest, when they are the most pregnant.
And the Phoenix Tower is Southwest
it's
459.
Not fun.
Charlie 13 information. I have to get back here. Let me double check that. We have information.
Go back.
Get back. Requesting cruise start.
That was 459. The ramp is uncontrolled. Coming short of Delta.
Right, Roger, short of Delta for Southwest 459.
All right, we need to go nose left, tail right. Execute that. We're pulling up this, waiting for me to remove chocks. I can do that. Why, you guys are lazy? Instead of it says waiting for you to remove chocks, it should say, hey, can we pull you forward and release the brake? Because sometimes the chocks get stuck and ground calls you up and they're like, hey, can I pull you forward to get the chocks out from underneath you? All right, brakes are released. Throttletek cam is on. I try to adjust the color to make it more like the America West colors. I got a couple of super chats I got to get back to. Benny, thank you for the 27 months of support, dude. That's quite some time. Yellow hydraulic pressure need to be on when starting in real life. No, it does not, Benny. The yellow hydraulic does not need to be on for engine start. The only time you turn on the yellow electric, I left the jet bridge attached. The only time you would turn on the yellow electric is when you were single engine taxiing with number 1. That way you can stop the PTU from running. I also forgot to turn the beacon on. We failed there big. That was a big time gate fail. I apologize, guys. Fake pilots in chat, 250-hour moves. That was a big-time fail back there. We'll do better on the return, I promise. John, no, let me see if I can get this right. 13 months. I got to at least try this. John Nowa. It's either Nowahika, Nowajaka. Sorry, I probably screwed it up. You should probably know the birthdays, he says. I know, I should. Thank you. It's July 30th and May, I want to say 3rd. I want to say it's May 3rd. That's what I want to say. And baby boy is due on April 3rd. So that would make it easy. If it's May 3rd, then it'd be April 3rd. It'd be easy to remember that. Large sounds like something I'd accidentally say and get in trouble. Yeah, you got to be careful, especially when they're pregnant, man. The emotions are running high. This is the Orbix, Benny. Yes, it's the AM Sim and BMW Sim or BMWorld. Exclamation point KPHX will give you the link. All right, let's go ahead and start engines, shall we? They're going to disconnect up front. I'm going to show you guys how we start engines, or you can listen to it. Ignition start and turning engine 1. Enjoy the startup sounds. Let's go. And then we're gonna look at more of the airport here on the taxi out. So be ready. I need the good eyes out there. Let's just hope that Miss V1 isn't watching right now. You have some splaining to do. I think she knows better now not to watch. Actually, she's at the new house in the dark hole. There is no service other than a phone call. Can't text pictures. Can't surf internet. Can't load Discord. Definitely can't load YouTube. So until I bring the Starlink over there, she's basically in a dark hole. That's why if I disappear for 3-4 days at a time, it's because I'm at the new house, and we have no service yet. So, and I don't want to sign a contract with one of those terrible like radio satellite providers, because I know Starlink is better and Starlink will work there. So that's why we're just kind of going on. Let's do a 2-engine taxi so we can purely focus on enjoying Phoenix Sky Harbor. So starting 2. Yep, lead is on. America West and Cactus is the best. AJ, I agree, my friend. In that case, body shame away. Oh, jeez. Starlink is pretty quick, man. Aviation Blaze. It depends on where you are and where the satellites are. But when I was doing some testing at home here in Texas, I was getting anywhere from 20 to 100 plus down, and anywhere from a solid 15 to 50 up. It really just depends. All right, 2 good starts. Whoa, Frontier's doing the... well, you know what? Frontier's got a signing bonus now. I think it's like, what, $45,000 if you go to Frontier, something like that. Slam, you might know. So that's what happens when you have a signing bonus and you have a couple new hires up there. The signing bonus, all the money is just like they're nose heavy. So Godspeed. All right, let's extend flaps out of order because... Or do it this way. Oh, I went to crank mode. Check this out. Love this. Tony Hawk. Tony Johns. That's you're going back in time. Tony Hawk Pro Skater, man. On Sega. APU bleed is off. That's coming off. I think, did I hit the rudder trim? I didn't. Rudder trim is 0 though. Everything else is set. That's good. We're going to be behind Frontier. Oh yeah, now he's got the soul plane going on. Nose heavy from the armored cockpit door. I wonder what the CG is on that. Yeah, I think you need to check your trim setting there, Mr. Frontier. I tell you what, since we're behind him and I want to purely focus on the airport, let's do an after start and flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral. We'll do auto brakes, max, takeoff config. We'll do everything here at the gate.
And Phoenix Tower, Delta, or sorry, Southwest 459, holding the line 7.
That was 459, runway 7 left, taxi via Delta 10 Echo.
7 left via Delta 10 Echo for Southwest 459.
All right, we are, where are we? We are, we'll call him at Papa.
Phoenix Tower, Southwest 457 on Delta, short of Delta 10, with information Quebec. We are ready for taxi, 07 London.
That was for
Airbus mating ritual? Jeez.
Hello, runway 7 left, taxi via Delta 10 Echo.
Be glad you're not flying into Boston today. 03024 goes 34 half a mile, snow and rain. McShiggity pilot. Man, maybe we should have. Maybe we should have done that. You know, I do like flying into spicy weather, especially on the sim. But I've just been beat up. The last couple of flights I've had, I've been in some weather. And I just wanted to fly into some severe clear today. But you know what? McShiggity pilot, since you brought that up, I'm not promising this. Maybe we'll do a little later night stream today too. Maybe we'll double it up today as well. Do 2 streams today. Maybe we'll do a Tolless 319 stream. 319 stream later at we don't want to do X-Plane though if we want to look for good weather. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Is this guy going to roll out? I'm not sure. So I'm going to cut him off. So here we go. Taxi lights on. Brakes released. We're going to transition to the west line. I still love that. This is so awesome.
Phoenix Tower,
oh, that's him.
Frontier Flight 1542, ready for taxi.
All right, we'll stop.
Frontier Flight 1542, runway 7, correction, runway 7 left, taxi via Charlie, Sierra, Echo.
Charlie, Sierra, Echo, 7 left.
Charlie, Sierra, Echo. We can do that as well.
Phoenix Tower, good day.
Good day.
Phoenix 10, report 10 miles, final runway 07 right.
FedEx 10 Phoenix Tower, welcome, the wind 140 at 6, runway 7 right, clear to land.
Clear to land.
Who's in that 145?
07 right, and information Quebec.
Phoenix Tower, American 1835, stop Lima, short try rate, taxi to Quebec.
American 1835, welcome, runway 7 left, taxi via Charlie, Sierra, Echo.
715 Charlie, Sierra, Echo, American 1835.
Target afternoon, Cactus 357. We're at Papa with Quebec, ready taxi.
Cactus 357, welcome, runway 7 left, taxi, Charlie, Sierra, Echo. You could be following the Frontier right ahead of you.
Charlie, Sierra, Echo will follow Frontier for Cactus 357. Cool. All right, I almost said JetBlue, and then I almost said Spirit because we were flying those recently. So Cactus. Gotta get the cactus call sign. Oh man, look at the traffic taxiing out here. All right, we're gonna spend a lot of taxi time from the wing view on this, so do not judge my center line, which I have terrible center line in the sim. I swear my center line control is not bad in real life, but in the sim I get too busy looking at nice stuff. Let's get to a couple of these super chats popping off here. Mr. Miggs coming in with a $14 super chat. Thank you, sir. He says, wow, Frontier didn't have to go there. That's what happens to CG when I get an upgrade to premium economy. Miggs, thank you so much, man, for that super chat. Appreciate the support, man. Indeed. They outcast you on that one, didn't they? Secret's out now, Miggs. Thank you for the support, man. John Franco also coming in with a $5 super chat. Says, now that's the cactus I remember. Never flew with them, sadly. John Franco, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yes, this cactus right here, the true cactus, America West. Now, this isn't the true cactus. The true cactus that I am still waiting to see a livery from is the light, it's like a light blue, baby blue, and white. I'm hoping maybe one day before it's too late, we'll have that livery.
Back in the day. In fact, during when they had the highest temperature at 122, they had to temporarily shut down the airport because it got too hot. Would love to see you do a summer departure out of PHX when it's freezing hot.
Callie Simmer, thank you for that bank angle check. Right back at you, man. Yes, and I actually remember. I wonder if it's the same day. I remember when it was 122 plus and there was a big issue with airplanes and everything else happening. So thank you so much, man, for that $10 bank angle check. But I remember it, man. Yeah, Phoenix is no joke in the summertime. So when I was a flight instructor out of Deer Valley, which is not too far from here, just north of Sky Harbor, we used to instruct all the time. It didn't matter what the temperature was. But shortly after I left the flight school, the FAA came out and said that there had to be a limit on temperature. I think they said after 110 degrees, you weren't allowed to go do flying in 152s or 172s anymore. But when I was instructor, man, I remember 118 degrees ambient, 118 ambient degrees, and then you go out on a black tarmac in a 172 with no air conditioning, it's like over 150 degrees in the cockpit. It's just absolutely brutal. So it was absolutely brutal. All right, here comes Sierra. We're going to make a left turn on Sierra. There's an unknighted. Aviator Trav, thank you for the support, man. Always enjoy the break from work to catch a V1. Aviator Trav, thank you so much, man, for the support. 14 months, my man. Flight Force, what's up, man? You're in Frontier. Thank you for the $5 super chat. You're in Frontier? You're the Frontier flight up there, Flight Force? That didn't sound like you. Or you're in flight. Good to see you, Flight Force, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support.
FedEx 10, welcome to Sky Harbor. Right when able, taxi to park via hotel. We'll see you.
So one thing I'm going to note, like the textures, let's find a good here so we're not looking out of a window. Maybe this one. So the taxiway textures I think are very good, but I still think, you know, Flightbeam, I think Flightbeam will have better taxiway textures, but these are still very good in my opinion, and honestly I'm pretty happy with them. But I do think Flightbeam will probably be superior, although these are pretty darn good in my opinion.
Give way to Sky West, notice to know is going to be following him to 7 left. Give way to Sky West, we'll follow him to 7 left to United 376.
Sombler, that's classified. Do all A buses have thrust pumps? No, not all of them do. Matter of fact, I'd say the majority do not. That's an airline, that's an operator-specific configuration for thrust pump. Mig says, let's get those likes up. I agree. What do we got here? What do we got? We got 352 watching. Thank you for joining, guys. We should set a like goal for this. How about for takeoff, if we hit 250 likes, we will do a packs off takeoff. So we will get all the possible juice with packs off. If we don't hit 250 likes before takeoff, we're just going to do packs on, which is still packs on Toga is good.
Traffic.
Oh, but packs off Toga is even better. So 250 likes before takeoff. That is the goal. That is the goal. Oh, did someone just rotate? Oh yeah, look at that southwest. Adios, my man. Look at that. I think this airport looks great, man. Now, yeah, the GSX jetways
7 monitor unit, come on, see you safe flight.
are a little wonky.
Over the dark side. Top was 457.
Over the dark side. But I'm enjoying this. I mean, yeah, that's big earn. So you can see the textures. I do think Flightbeam will have superior ground textures, but I'm not complaining at all. I think these are very nice. Here we go. We're going to taxi by the new terminal now. This is where United, Frontier, Spirit, Sun Country, and this terminal is very, very nice over here. So kind of hard to see. We're a little ways away, and we will go into this on the return leg. JetBlue 321 IEs, absolutely awesome. This terminal is really nice in real life. Brand new, awesome stuff. We will definitely check it out in drone cam on the return. The tower, nicely modeled. That's what it looks like. Got the fire station there.
59, the wind 1406, runway 7 left, clear.
Delta, yes. Delta, United as well. No, is United on this side? I can't remember. We're going to stay nice and straight. We're just going to taxi slow, and we're going to enjoy. I'll try to zoom in. You guys can get a deal for the textures. I see what people are saying, though, a little bit of flickering. I'm picking up on that, too, just a little bit. But I don't know if that's a GSX thing, because what's flickering are my jet bridges. And those are GSX jet bridges. So just full disclosure, keeping that on there. I do see that. Like right there, you see like a little bit of flicker there. But I saw that SkyTrain going. It's pretty cool. There's the parking lot up there, one of the parking lots. Really cool. All right, we should probably pick up the speed here. That flickering has been a Microsoft thing for a while. Okay. Big wave from Jackson Jet Center, where I'm at right now. Nice, Colby. So you're over on this side. Oh, and check this out. I forgot to show you guys. They have the National Guard out there. That's there in real life. Arizona National Guard, the Copperheads. They got the right logos. They got everything. Looks really good. That's there in real life. I've taken a corporate jet out over there as well. FedEx on this side, and then there's the freight runners and all the other stuff are on the other side, like the little freight guys. They come over here to this side of the airport most of the time, and it's just these white buildings, one story. You'll see the Metro liners and Beach 99s and stuff parked out on this side. I think there's actually employee lot is down here off this side.
35, the wind 1406, 27 left, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, Dog Tag Gamer and KC-135s are looking mighty fine. They look good. I'm glad they modeled them because that's a big part when you're flying in, especially if you're on the right side of the aircraft. If you're landing east, you definitely pick that up. You're like, oh, look at all those military planes out there. Yeah, the KC-135s, Copperheads, awesome stuff. Yeah, normally there's some Metro. It'd be cool if they put a static Metro liner in right over here. That'd be cool. What's that building over there? I can't quite make it out. It's Phoenix Transportation? Oh, yeah, there's the bus going out from there.
1542, runway 7 left, line point.
Line point, 7 left, 15.
Oh, that does sound like Flight Force. That is you up there. Was there a bunch of jetways by themselves? Let me look. Oh, yeah, right there. I think that's a GSX. That's GSX jetways, man. That's because I have my GSX is not really set up for this. Yeah, Ameriflight, South Cargo. Lots of freight movement. Yes, there is, Black Dog. Yeah, a lot of freight movement in here.
American 1835, monitor Unicom, we'll see you, safe flight.
Unicom, American 1835, appreciate that.
122.8 is set for Unicom after departure. Cool. That's like a transportation center right there or something.
You do not have a flight plan recall, please.
There goes Flight Force.
42, the wind 140 at 617 left, clear for takeoff.
Godspeed, brother.
Takeoff 7 left, keep flight.
I should do a red-eye turn out of here. I should do a red-eye. Could you imagine a red-eye stream for a real-world, real-time red-eye turn? That would be brutal. It means I got to come to the office at 11 o'clock at night and stream. Who would watch that? Would anybody watch a real-time red-eye? Oh, man. All right, how we at on the likes? We were looking for 350 for packs off. What are we at? Nope.
Runway 7 left, line point.
Line up weight, 7 left, Cactus 357. I guess we're doing a packs on. All right, line up and wait. We're going to go boom, boom. It'd be a literal V1 after dark. Yeah, I know. All right, we'll do a packs on takeoff. Y'all let me down on that one. All right, 7 left. So let's keep an eye on the runway textures. Oh, it's 250 now? Oh.
1542, monitoring you, come safe flight, we'll see you.
All right, I guess we haven't been cleared for takeoff yet. We haven't been cleared. All right, so in that case, as I overshoot the turn here, bleeds and packs are set. Packs off.
That flight plan is invalid. If you could find a better route, or I can find one for you.
So looking at the textures, like these are good. I like them. I think Flightbeam will probably be capable of making them better, but I still like them.
Roger, it's going to be about 5 to 10 minutes.
I still like them. All right, we did hit 250 likes. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the support, guys.
1542,
So packs off. Everybody's getting hot now because we waited till we lined up on the runway to do it. So we've got no air conditioning to the back. You can see the temps are climbing. That'll be spicy.
Cactus 357, the wind 140 at 6, runway 7 left, clear for takeoff.
7 left, clear for takeoff, Cactus 357. All right, let's get out of here. That's coming on, and that is on. Nose forward on the stick. Spool them up 50. Look at that nice unknighted right there. Here we go. Toga, packs off. Yoga's in chat. Rip it. Yep. Those engines are working. Toga SRS runway auto thrust is blue. Doing a frame check. Not terrible. Is noticeable. 80 knots thrust set, 100 knots, check. V1. Rotate.
23, runway 7 left, line point.
7 left, line up weight.
Positive rate. Gear up. Fly with. Trying to get a view of the airport down there. Nice. Gear up, check your speed brake, man. Check your speed brake. That is cool.
Cactus 357, monitoring Unicom, we'll see you. Wonderful.
Over to Unicom, thanks for the ATC, have a good one. Should have read my call sign back. All right, thrust reduction from window view. Yes, I think so. Oh, I love that. That's got to be a new thing. Thrust reduction from the window view is sweet. Trying to take a look at it as we get far away. That does look pretty good. You got the white concrete. You got all that white concrete, the black asphalt. Now as we get further and further away, it's going to do Microsoft things and unload. But pretty good. And on the return leg, when we land back in Phoenix, we will go full-blown drone cam. We'll actually do a sunset approach so we can see the night lighting. I'll show you guys that. And then we'll just go around the airport in drone cam on the return flight. So it's a super short flight, like what I say, 40-something minutes, something like that. Is it warm out already? 17? What are we doing? Oh, geez, pack 1. Oh, shoot, guys. You guys are killing me. All right, we got to wait at least 15 seconds here. Thrust, climb, climb. We're heavy, too. And now we'll go pack 2. Sorry for everybody in the back. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go high flow, and then we'll crank these down. Sorry about y'all. What do we got here? Conditions. Yeah, 29 degrees in the aft cabin. That's 29C in the back. That's uncomfortable. That's why we have checklists. But this looks pretty freaking good right here. Phantom forgot the packs. Blame it on Phantom. Man, we can't. Why can't we accelerate? Are we just? What's our weight? 139. I guess I'm just not used to. I feel like we're having a hard time accelerating today. There's S speed. Let's go flap 0. Maybe I'm just used to the 319 I was flying yesterday. Lauren, I know that, and that's what we normally do. But it was such a last-minute packs off decision that that was the only way to do it. All right, there we go. Flaps are up. Flap 0. After takeoff checklist, and we're cruising out. We're looking good. Been flying too much Neos, exactly. Ah, you know what? No, that's exactly what it is. Flames got it. The weak CFMs. That's right. These CFMs, man, they suck. Just kidding. So I'm going to get so much hate for that in the comments. All right, autopilot 1 is on. We'll go back here. I always forget the pack. So that's something you don't want to always forget there, Flight Dispatch. Don't want to forget that always. Screw the goalie restriction. Open climb. Nah. Well, let's see. What is the goalie? It's 9? Or speed alt star 250 9,000. What we're going to do is I'm going to just sit here and I'm going to turn up the sounds so then we'll be able to hear when we pass goalie. We'll hear them spool up because I do love hearing the engine changes from the window view. It sounds really good. So right here, we'll just kind of watch Phoenix. Deer Valley is out over here where I instructed. I think that might be it. Where's Camelback? This is Camelback. Man, that looks so good down there. CFM lowest tier engine. I like that, Lauren. Mr. McDo gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Mr. McDo. Appreciate that. 10 gifted subs, guys. If you pick up a gifted sub, shout out Mr. McDo. First time flying with you, figured I'd share some love. Mr. McDo, thank you, man. Very generous, very kind. Thank you, sir. Bless up, as Cameron Everett says. Absolutely. Thank you. And Zombler, I apologize if I missed this earlier there. I was on takeoff roll. Welcome back to Commercial Pilot, Zombler. Glad to have you on board. Glad to have you on board. There's Scottsdale Air Park. That's where I cut my teeth flying Citation jets right there. Where's Hangar 1? Good old Scottsdale. Oh, here we go. We should be climbing here any second. Any second we should be climbing. Here it comes. I love that. I love that. I mean, I love, nothing I think will beat the fly-by-wire sound set because of the encompassing sounds. But the Fenix is a very close second when you're just looking at pure engine noise. Pure engine noise. If you had Pack X or something running and it'd give you more atmosphere, it'd be good too. But pure engine sounds, the Fenix it's no slouch. It's done a really, really good job. Yeah, so there's Phoenix. Oh, I'm sorry, there's Scottsdale. There's Deer Valley Airport right over there. So I pounded those runways for multiple years with a lot of students. Built my flight time. Well, not all my flight time. Built quite a bit of flight time. Built over 1,000 hours flying in and out over there. My PMDG CFM56 has a good roar out of Phoenix. Oh, I bet. The PMDGs are really good too. The 7.3 CFM, yeah, it's good. McShiggity, I saw your comment there. Let me go back to it. You said about the update. Yes, there is an update coming out, McShiggity Pilot. I just don't know when. Nobody knows when. Hopefully, the update will include, and I don't know if it will all be in the same update, but the things I'm looking for most and that have already been confirmed. The IAE engine. Not only is it just going to be an external IAE engine, it's the custom engine model, so like a full-blown IAE engine setup. And obviously the sounds too with that, but the sharklets as well. So you'll have the option for the sharklet. These are our traditional wingtip fences, and we're at a 10,000, so let me go ahead and clean up the rest of the airplane. But these are the traditional wingtip fences that originally started on the Airbus, and then they eventually figured out that Boeing did have something right with their with their sharklet design. So the sharklet is a newer design. So those are the two things that are confirmed. When will it come out? We don't know. I think they're going to be tweaking some things with the flight model as well, maybe in crosswind landings and such. But and VNAV, as Mackenzie highlighted. How do you make your joystick match with the subsurface? It has Thrustmaster magnetic base. That is correct, Jedi01. My personal setup here, this is the Flight Sim Project stick, and I have it mounted to a Thrustmaster Warthog magnetic base, which I can't pull this off right now. But and then of course I got the little rubber gator, which is just, I don't know why, but it's just so cool because it literally is straight out of the airplane. Like, this is what they put in the Airbus, so it feels, in my opinion, the closest representation to the real thing. And I highlighted that video. I think you can check it out, exclamation point stick or something like that. I've got a video detailing why I went with this stick. I've tried multiple. There's multiple on the market. I think another real popular one is it's an Asian one, not VKB. Oh gosh, I can't think of it. I should know it. Virpil. But it's not Asian, it's Russian? I don't know. Virpil Controls has one as well. All right, here's 18,000. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It is America's friendliest airport. I have to say, with a couple tweaks to the lighting and such, it'd be right up there. Flight being made of it, but make your subframes. Speaking of mountains, always a great time down at Lake Pleasant.
Seat 2 thank you so much, man, for the $3 bank angle check. I couldn't agree more with you, man. It is America's friendliest airport. A couple of tweaks to lighting and such. I will check that out this evening, indeed. But yeah, I totally agree with you, man. It's really good and great time down at Lake Pleasant. Speaking of, there she is, Lake Pleasant, Party Cove, LPPC Party Cove. Anybody remember that? Anybody part of LPPC Party Cove? Man, some good times. There's some good times down there. So yeah, we'll do a little bit of a tour as we're leaving the area here, actually. So at Deer Valley Airport right here, you'd fly out. Practice areas were all over here. We had a glider port somewhere over here. My student actually had a real engine failure, landed on the glider port on his check ride. This is Lake Pleasant. Good bass fishing, good partying. You know, if you like, we won't get into it, and it's too early. Haven't had enough to drink yet to start going into details of that. But Party Cove, good times down there. I forget the name of this town. This is where the outlets are. Another practice area. Black Canyon, Freeway. Bartlett Lake is out over here, I believe. But I used to come, so I used to fly out here with my students, and I'd always, if I could, I'd always pick the Lake Pleasant practice area, because I'm also an avid fisherman, right? So I love bass fishing. I would come out here and I just, we do ground ref maneuvers and stuff over here, and I would be looking for good fishing spots. I would just be looking down, seeing high spots, and this was really before we had the real nice high-tech imagery we have now for fishing, like on our maps and all of our sonars and forward-facing sonar, all that. So the best way to look was to find, fly my students out here, and they'd be doing ground ref. I'd be like, yeah, you're doing fine. And I'm just looking out the window, looking for new fishing holes. But indeed, man, good stuff. Who we got here? Freedom BW, 36 months member, has his V1 wings, finally able to drop in on a live stream. Thank you, man. 36 months, 3 years. Always fun to learn something new about the bus. Hey, Freedom BW, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the support. Really kind of you, man, for the continued support. Glad you're joining live tonight, or today, this morning, wherever you're tuning in from. Glad to have you on board, sir. Anthem, thank you. It is Anthem. All manner of sins by that lake. Yeah, we don't want, yeah. My house is about 3 miles south of Pleasant. Tony Johns, really? You're 3 miles south of Lake Pleasant? Nice, dude. Mick Sheep says, man, some of these flight sim hardware items get pricey. I'm using the Thrustmaster TCA Officer Pack. Mick Shiggity Pilot, they sure do, man. The one thing I will say about this hobby, and I think it's true with others as well. I think you can even include, we were just talking about fishing if you're fishing, but a lot of people would just go out and say, hey, you get what you pay for. And in some cases, that's not always true, because you can get some really good budget options. But in flight sim peripheral hardware, and even in this, I wouldn't say so much in the airplanes themselves, because that can vary greatly, but it has been my experience, testing different hardwares. I've been very fortunate to be sponsored by Throttletek and Flight Sim Projects, but I actually tested before I did the Flight Sim Projects setup. I bought with my own money the other options. I tried them, and I literally was just trying to find what felt the best or most realistic to me, and it worked out. But what I was trying to get at is, even though some of these things are more expensive, you really do get what you pay for. They last longer. They're more precise. You know, if you really want the most precise base out there, it's the... is it that Verpil base? I don't know, Slam, if you're still here. But I know Flight Sim Projects, they make an option to connect this to not only the Thrustmaster, but they also will connect it to, I believe it's the Verpil base, which is a very close second. And if you're going to use your side stick for multiple different things, maybe you fly DCS, maybe you fly prop planes or anything like that, then I would recommend that type of base, because the cam and not cam and pulley, but it has a cam system. It's customizable. It is much higher tech than what the Thrustmaster base has. However, if you're just flying the Airbus, it has been in my experience that I prefer the feeling of the Warthog base. It's just, I can't get away from it feeling the most realistic in the most different scenarios that I put it through. VPC Warbird base. Thank you, Dougal. I think that's exactly what it is. So you can't go wrong with either, in my opinion. You just got to set it up right. Same with pedals. So I've had different pedals for many years. The MFG Crosswinds are what I have now. They are pricey. I have the dampener on them, but it's quality material. It's very precise. It doesn't lose its precision with time and use. And some of the products that you buy that are on the lower end of the spectrum of price point, maybe kind of in that entry level, they're not bad. But the number one problem that I always faced was over time and overuse. Either the sensitivity started messing up, or I started getting noise. Maybe not sensitivity, that's the wrong word. But I would get noise in the throttles, in the stick, or things would just end up kind of falling apart with use. So that was with the TCA throttles. That was my biggest problem with the TCA throttles when I picked those up, is it just and I didn't even use them that long. So that's just a little spiel about that. Yeah, Slam says, I have the Verpil base with the bus stick, works well together, installed the linear cams for more of a bus feel. There you go. So Slam, he's got the Verpil base on his stick, and I've tried it as well. So it is very good. There's nothing wrong with either or. Let's see, V1, will you do any flights to the UK soon? Maybe an approach over London and Heathrow? Maybe, man. I just watched XP72 fly into, where did he go last night? Into that crazy airport. Love that airport out there. I don't know, I'm drawing a blank. The most famous airport out there. Oh my gosh. I'm drawing a blank. But I saw him fly into there. We're going to have to do some London ops or UK ops. Jedi, I would highly recommend you watch the video I did on the stick. If you're really serious about buying a base, watch my video, because I go in depth, and I don't want to just go in depth on it on live right now. But go watch that video, and you'll see why I chose the Thrustmaster over other bases. But I'm telling you right now that if you're going to use your stick for multiple applications, I would probably then lean towards the Verpil. But if you're dedicating yourself to an Airbus setup, you want it as close as you can, it's my personal opinion that I think the Thrustmaster magnetic base, and that's not a sponsor. I'm not sponsored by Thrustmaster at all. You guys know that. I don't have any sponsors with them, but it's just my opinion. Innsbruck, thank you. Jeez. Peripherals definitely differ in reliability depending on price. Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with that, Chaos. That's a perfect short answer to what I just went long-winded and totally went around the bush on. But yeah, that's exactly well put. Peripherals will definitely differ in reliability depending on their price point. Kelly, you were talking to Mixer McDo. Time for holding point Pluto, taxi to position and hold behind. Yeah, Jedi, absolutely, man. Because it is an expensive path. If you're going to get a stick and a base, it's an expensive venture. So I don't just want to say, hey, get this. This is what I recommend. Watch the video. It's got more information on it. Little things as much as having a proper mount for this stick, I think is just as important as anything else too, because having your side stick at a proper height and angle for your arm is really going to make a difference. If I were to try to put this setup on a tabletop mount, it's not going to be enjoyable, especially over time. So do watch that video. I don't know where I'm getting that accent from. Do watch that video and let me know. Oh, hey guys, look who just texted me back, Phantom 320. I guess he's doing a lot of work. That's why he's been busy. But he's alive. So Phantom 320 does exist. He is alive. Just received your mini Throttletek. Matthew James. Nice, dude. If you need help setting it up, I do have the video on control bindings. So make sure you check that out. I am working on one for X-Plane. The only thing I cannot bind in X-Plane with the Throttletek is the spoiler push to arm. I'm having a hard time getting that binding done. But everything else works pretty much self-explanatory. And if you need help in Microsoft, which it is a little bit more, I don't know, I feel like the way you have to bind things in Microsoft, you kind of have to beat around the bush of what you're trying to do. Like to get engine start, you got to do a couple different binds. I've got all that highlighted in the video. Bought MFG crosswinds, no regrets. Good to hear it, man. I love my MFG crosswinds, no doubt about it. Windwing Super Taurus and Libra for DCS and Honeycomb Alpha and Bravo for DCS. Awesome, Dog Tag Gamer. Yeah, I have the Super Taurus as well. Windwing. I have the Super Taurus Windwing, and I have the. No, I don't have the Super Libra base. I have the Whirlpool CM2 base. But yeah, the Super Taurus, man, love it. Awesome. I also have the Collective from Whirlpool as well for helicopters. Can't seem to get SpeedRake to stop fluttering around. Matthew James, are you in Microsoft? If that's in Microsoft, do watch the video I did, because there's a trick you have to do with setting a small dead zone. So why you get a little bit of flutter with your SpeedRake is the Throttletek, the entire axis registers. Okay, so when you push this down, what if you don't have a small dead zone, it's going to register that you're moving it. You see if I wiggle it, how it disarmed it, I didn't even push it down. So you need to make sure there is a little dead zone, so every time you push down, you don't accidentally trigger the axis, because the whole speed brake is an axis. But once you get that little dead zone modeled, it works perfectly. Hope that helps you out, man. Okay, we are approaching the ETP, almost halfway point. It's going to be super simple. We are flying into Fly Tampa, which will be awesome. So nothing to worry about there. I'm kind of vibing. Let's do some outside airplane vibes. We'll turn the sound way down. Let's get a look at the... Oh, sorry. I forgot I had that camera on there still. Let's turn it down a little bit. Let's go out this way here. I don't know why. I feel like every content creator will use this. We all use like some rendition of this view, which is a great view. But for some reason, I'm kind of digging this one. I don't know why. But I'm kind of digging this tail view here. Hamish, I have followed the 380 project as well. It looks very good. I'm pretty excited for the 380 from Fly-by-Wire. I'm pretty excited for that airplane. Use the crosswinds in DCS. Have you tried plugging them into a powered USB hub? I don't know if I have. I honestly don't remember if they're powered into a USB hub or if they're directly into my tower. I do have a powered USB hub for everything else. I'm pretty sure my crosswinds, though, are plugged directly into my PC. Better showcase of lighting and reflections. Maybe that's it, Chaos. Yeah, maybe. So we'll do this one, full-blown daytime, real-time, real weather, and then our next flight, we'll kind of do a dust flight so we can fly into Sky Harbor with the low light condition, and then we'll really just kind of buzz around the airport and drone cam, check it out. I'm really excited for it. Should we change liveries, go back to the U.S. Airways livery on the way back, or should we just turn and burn with America West? I guess we could do VAAL ops. I would say we'd do Spirit, but they don't have... Because I want to park at that new terminal. What can we do to park at the new terminal? We have a United. No, United doesn't do that. Spirit goes Vegas, Phoenix. Oh, no, maybe they don't either. Who parks over at that new terminal? That'd be somewhat realistic. U.S. Airways old school pre-merger. Well, that's... Oh, you mean like the blue? Do we have that livery? All right, we'll do U.S. Airways. Do you want to do the Canyon? Isn't that blue livery, though? I always associate that with East Coast. Southwest Airbus, that's criminal. Plane dude. Any tips from NCO to Frankfurt in a 330? We're getting VATSIM and trying to make it as realistic as possible. Any tips? Well, VATSIM is going to be your first step, man. Make sure you got your VATSIM up and running because that'll help. That'll definitely help with the realism, no doubt. We do have to start down here pretty soon. I don't know what the bottom altitude is. We don't have any ATC over here, which is fine, so I'm just going to set 10,000 feet. Watch this. We're going to do 10,000. What's our time to TOD? Oh, right now, we're going to go manage. Boom. Spooling down. Loving it. Delta? Maybe. You know who might park there? Does Allegiant park on that side? Because Allegiant would go Vegas to Phoenix. I don't want to do Allegiant. I want to do U.S. Airways. We're going to definitely do U.S. Airways. We'll probably do the white and blue. We'll probably do the white and blue livery. Yeah, Tango 3 North. That's the one on the southwest side, right? No ATC, emergency time. Do you know what Chat GPT can give you procedures to do in the sim? It can do much more. It's pretty sweet. Joey Bagpipes. I haven't heard of that. Have not even heard of that, man. All right, let's look at our arrival. Actually, let's look at our approach. We're going to do 2.5 left. Or excuse me, 2.6 left. 2.6, that's RNAV. Don't want that one. We're going to do a visual approach, but I just need to get a minimum here. ILS 2.6 left. Coming in on the Preno intersection is at 8,000. Mandatory Preno at 8,000. That's easy. We'll set 8,000 here. We'll go LS push buttons on. Terrain is already on. I know we could land there. We don't have to run any landing data, but we do need to get the ATIS. That would be helpful. Let's do that real quick. Yes, we're going to do another leg, and we're going back to Sky Harbor. We're going to do it with sunset lighting. And then we are going to, once we land, I'll go into drone cam and I'll really kind of zoom around the airport because I know a lot of people have been waiting for a Fenix. A lot of people are waiting for the flight beam Fenix. What do we got here? 19013 goes 24. So I really want to show this as best I can with a drone cam so you guys can make your own decisions. Again, I'm not sponsored by BMW Sim or anything like that. I picked this up this morning. $28, $25 US, something like that. 10 miles light rain? What? Rain in Vegas? If this is real life, there's probably, I don't know, there's probably 50 miles in trail because the controllers in Vegas cannot deal with rain. Broken set. What is going on here? 190 at 1.3. Well, let's do the RNAV visual. Screw all this. Screw 2.6 left. That's lame. Let's go arrival. I'm going to have to take a break here. Oh, McShiggity. Oh, I got it. McShiggity. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, man. Which is better, to use manage or open on a star? On a star, McShiggity, you always want to be using manage descent because manage descent on the arrival is going to give you the constraints. You want to make sure you're hitting all the constraints on that. So if you were to go open, on the star, your airplane is going to blow right through all these constraints. So if I hit open descent right now, it won't stop at 22. It's going to go all the way down to 8,000 because that's what I have set up in the FCU. So unless otherwise directed by ATC, you always want to manage that descent down. All right, RNAV visual 19 left by P-Pen. Insert that. It is actually raining in Vegas. Wow, this is going to be wild. Good thing there's no controllers on because they'd be freaking out. Probably not VATSIM. I will say, I bet you VATSIM controllers are better than the real-life Vegas controllers in rain. For some reason, when it rains in Vegas, rare. I think, last month, there was just rain. It was like broken at 8,000 rain. And I had a 1-hour edict time for Vegas. It's like, really? All right, we're set up. We're doing the RNAV visual, so we'll get rid of the LS push buttons. We'll go ahead and turn those off. We'll talk RNAV stuff here in just a minute. Oh, Dimitri, what's up here? Just bought it. Thanks to you, costed me money. Dimitri, hey man, I hope you like it. I hope you like it. We're going to do a return leg flying back into Phoenix in the sunset, but welcome back to the stream, man. I think you'll like it. I'm being completely honest with you guys. Will I pick up the flight beam? If I had a choice between flight beam and this one, I probably would have picked flight beam just because of the reputation of flight beam. But I'm tired of waiting, honestly. And this one looked good enough that I was like, you know what? I'm going to take the leap. And I'm not disappointed in it thus far. I have not seen that Netflix series about MH370. I haven't seen it, man. 370, I've talked about it before. It's a weird one. I do think it was an intentional act. I do not believe, however, that it was the pilot. I don't know. Or I don't know. I don't want to get into tinfoil hats on me on this one here, but I don't know. I think the only evidence they have that they use against the pilot on MH370 is because, in his flight sim, he flew the same route. I'm like, well, I fly the same routes all the time in flight sim. But, and when I was a new captain, like when I first upgraded, I flew, when I had my first flight coming up, I flew that same flight like 5 times in the sim just because I was not stressed out, but I'm like, man, it's all on me now, It's like I wanted to be prepared, and I wanted to see the airports again in the sim to help me real life. So I don't know if that's a way to pin it on them, but I'll probably watch it. I just haven't had time. All right, back to where we are here. We're pretty much coming down the P-Pen intersection, so let's just finish this up here so we can enjoy it. I said P-Pen is at 8. We don't need any LS push buttons on. We're doing the RNAV. As far as, I don't think we have a chart for it in this. RNAV 19er left. That's the RNP Zulu. So on an RNAV visual approach, it will depend solely on your company procedures. But the minimums that we set are 500 and 900 above the ground, dependent upon the airframe that you're in, whether you're in a 321 or a 320. So 2,100 feet, we'll just put 2,600 in there for a reference. We do need to put the wind in, though. Let's go back to that METAR page. Winds are 190 at 1.3. 190 at 1.3. Temperature 17. And 2997. 17, 29er. 97. All right, we're set up for the RNAV visual. We'll do flaps full. Manual brakes, full reverse. We're looking for the brick and the stick. Here comes 18,000. It's not still standard. We'll set 2997 is set once, set twice. Close enough for 3 times. We're in and out of the clouds. It's -1. We do need engine anti-ice, believe it or not. I don't know why I'm getting a huge itch for proper E-jets. Dimitri, me too. I would love to see proper E-jets. I was kind of hyped for the one that's coming out. I can't remember who the dev is, but then after what I saw, my hype has died down a little bit. But I'm with you, Dimitri. I would love. Think of a Fenix or a PMDG quality, even a Just Flight quality Embraer. The thing with the Embraers in the sims that we have, and you can go all the way back to X-Plane 11, I don't think a really well-known developer has made one. You can go to FSX. The feel there E-jets were okay. That's beautiful. But I don't think a real well-established developer has ever tackled the E-jets. X-Crafts 175, yeah. Because I dabbled with them in X-Plane. I think I had the X-Crafts. It was aight. it didn't capture the realistic feeling for me. And I've flown the E-Jet. That was, I've got a couple thousand hours on them. I don't even know. But because there's also a real distinction. I flew both the 190s and the 170s. And there is a pretty stiff difference in feeling of flying the airplane between the 170 and 190. So same cockpit, different engines, everything else is the same other than the 190 being bigger, but the 190 flies definitely different. I would compare it to how the Tolis really nailed the 319 flight model versus the 321 flight model. They nailed that. There was a stark difference, just like there is in real life, even though it's the same cockpit, same type rating. So I haven't found a dev who's done any of that for our sims. All right, we're descending in. How are we looking? 15.8. We're looking good. We're on the bottom of the descent path. That's a Fenix thing. 250 between 14 and 19. Rockstar is coming up. We're looking good. We'll keep enjoying some views here. What are your curve settings for the Warthog on the Fenix? Richard Saucy. They're straight linear, my friend. They're straight linear. If you remind me on the ground, I'll check in the real time. But since we're on VATSIM, I don't want to pause the sim by going into the setting menu. But if memory serves me right, I think they are straight linear. Remind me on the ground if you're still here, though. If I read your message. I heard the devs have been pretty good so far, but just not finished by any means. At least they've been transparent. Yeah, transparency is good. Oh, Aaron, that's right. I think I did have the SSGs. I didn't have X-Craft. You're right. I had SSG and X-Plane. Correct.
Hey, Captain. When we land at Vegas for our turnaround, are we allowed off the plane to hit the slots before we take back off? Asking for a friend.
Callie Simmer. Bank Angle, check right back at you. Hey, well, tell your friend, absolutely, you can get off. Good thing about Vegas is there's slots literally right at the end of the gate. So you just get off the jet bridge, you can do your slots, and then head back on the airplane. So tell your friend, quote unquote, you're good to go. Thanks for the support, Callie Simmer. That always gets me. I remember one time I got off in Vegas. We were doing a turnaround. And I walked up the jet. I get off, as soon as the doors open, whatever, I'll walk up to the top. Quick turn. So I'm walking up the jet bridge, and passengers are deplaning. I kid you not. There was this gentleman. I could hear him before I saw him. I'm near the top of the jet bridge. I'm just about to come out into the terminal area. And I can hear the boom, 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 boom. Someone running. I'm like, what the hell? That's kind of weird. And before I could turn around, like I'm in the process of turning around to see what's happening, dude bumps into me, nails my shoulder, runs all the way up the jet bridge, pushing people out of the way, and goes and sits at a slot machine. And I'm just like, what? I thought maybe he had to go to the bathroom. Because I can understand that. When nature calls, man, you gotta do what you gotta do. But to go sit at the slot machine, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This actually looks pretty darn good. Looks like there's some rain out there on the horizon. Lakes are nice and full now. First time you played slots was a sweet age of 11 in international waters on a ferry. Wow. Raw data? Yeah, well, we're going to do the RNAV visual. So not quite RNAV, not quite raw data, but we'll do the RNAV visual. We'll fly it. We'll hand fly it. I'm texting Phantom back. Hold on. All right, I texted Phantom back. No, weather radar does not work in the Fenix. This is actually, look at the shadowing. This is really cool. So we're entering the bowl, and you can see this is what desert thunderstorms look like This is... this actually looks really, really good, guys. Hawks 1326. If you want to, you can. We did some kind of touring around briefly on our departure. I'm gonna, when we land back in Phoenix, Hawks, on the return leg, because it's a short flight, about 40 minutes. I'm gonna go drone cam. We're gonna do it at sunset as well, and we're gonna really zoom around the airport, see some more details, because there are some terminals that are modeled if that's your thing. But in my personal opinion, I don't regret the purchase. Do I think Flightbeam can do better? I do. More specifically when it comes to probably the jetways and some of the texturing on the ground. But is it worth the unknown weight? Everybody's different. It depends on how bad you want that Phoenix. I personally have been itching for a Phoenix Sky Harbor in the sim just because it opens up so many good routes. You can fly east, you can fly west, you can fly north, you can fly south into Mexico, Cancun, Cabo. So I've really been wanting Sky Harbor scenery. That's my personal reason for picking it up right away. Yes, but the flight model and X-plane, blah, blah, blah. Dimitri, I know, man. Hey, don't get me started. We're going to explain tomorrow. Y'all. We're going to the 320 Neo, and we'll actually go, I was going to do Phoenix, but we'll do Seattle. We're going to do different approaches. We're going to test an autoland. We're going to do an RNAV approach. We already know it can do an ILS. And then we'll do a straight-up visual approach. I'll give you guys some more dedicated tips on visual approaches in tomorrow's stream, because tomorrow's stream is a flight test flight. We're not going to do A to B. We're going to take off. We're going to beat the airplane up. We'll do some more failures. Let's see how the TOLUS will handle a few more failures. We'll chuck some failures at it. We'll do some flight control law checks, alternate law, direct law, mechanical backup. So if you like that kind of stuff and X-Plane is still your game, tomorrow, be here, 11 a.m. Texas time. I'll be there too, obviously, unless I get called. There is a chance I get called tomorrow, 0300. If that happens, I'll post it in the Discord, just like I did the other day. Turning super chats into airport coffee in the morning. Appreciate you. I was actually thinking about it. I stopped at the coffee shop at, I think it was 5 a.m. when I finally got to the airport. And I was like, you know what? Thank you, all my super chats, because y'all bought me a coffee and breakfast yesterday in the airport. So, barring me getting called in, we will be in X-Plane 12 tomorrow. Yes, we will deploy the rat as well, Scott. Red Elephant, you got physics at 11? Unacceptable. You don't need that stuff. Just kidding. Yep, Phantom is alive and well. He's working. All right, I'm going to put it down. Stay in school, kids. Yes. Isn't V1 flight test a physics class extra credit item? I think it is, Lauren. I think it is. Wow, look at the rain is actually hitting the airport. The airport's right here, guys. This might be a spicy approach. We're going to have to look at our missed procedure on this. All right, we're 8.9. Let's go ahead and get the this on, this off. No ATC, so we'll turn that on. We'll just get all our lights on. We'll make a call. Vegas traffic, Cactus 357. We're setting up for the RNAV visual. 1.9er left. We're out of 8.9 on the Rockstar. I think we're on the Rockstar. We're probably not on the Rockstar. All right, we're slowing at 210. All right, we got to actually look at some stuff here. Is our missed approach? We have a missed approach in the box here. Missed approach, silver, Fila. That's not it. Is that it? RNAV visual doesn't have a missed. There is no missed approach procedure. So we'll be straight out. We'll climb to 1,500 feet above, or we'll just climb out to like 4,000. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're also gonna do select speed. It's time to actually do work. We're selected 210 knots. Activate and confirm the approach. We're at 10,000. Should have done that earlier. VF Phoenix minus 10 flaps 1. We're going to need the replay for this one. I wasn't getting ready to be all spicy here, but I even said in Discord I want to fly in severe clear today. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Robert S., good to see you, man. Welcome. All right, recorder is ready. 210 at 6,000 at pen, so let's do that right now. 6,000, pull for open. We're a little bit high already. We're going to go ahead and get the speed brake out. I want to get down to 6,000. This approach, this RNAV visual approach, I'll tell you right now, it is one of the #1 unstable FOQA approaches out there because guys get high and they get fast really quick on this one. I like that proper speed brake deflection. That's one thing I noticed in the Tola, so they do that as well in the 320 Neo that came out, or it's in pre-release. It's good to see that proper deflection there. All right, we can actually arm it from here. All right, so we are app nav out final. We're now below the brick. We're looking for the stick. This is awesome. Oh my gosh, this weather is looking good. We'll go ahead and stow that. Usually they'll vector you. I don't know why I got hiccups, sorry. Boulder VOR to hold. All right, thank you, most obvious. Matter of fact, let's do this. We'll put Boulder, we'll hard tune Boulder on VOR1 just in case we need it. There it is over there. All right, speed out, final, 210 at pen, 6,000 feet. We're looking good. That is real life. Jeez. Richland, you had a yellow hydraulic failure in the Fenix, had one spoiler going out. Nice. Good simulation. I've never tried VR in Microsoft. No, Luminous. Interesting, Chaos. So yeah, on the fly-by-wire, Zobo said that, or Zobo thinks he would never separate spoiler deflection. Dang. Thunderstorm at Oasis on Real Radar, Las Vegas. Good to know, McShiggity. Look at these rain shafts. This is I get blown away by the sim. Recording is on. No, we're still a little ways out. We'll start at pen. What would happen if you don't arm the approach? Would it do it? It would fly the track, but it won't do the VNAV for you. So like right now, we're app nav. So now I'm going to set the missed approach altitude. We'll set 5,000. If I didn't arm the approach, Dimitri, it wouldn't start down. So this is where we get high and fast right here. So I'm going to already slow down to 180. Vegas traffic, Hector 357. We're pen inbound on the RNAV visual 19 left, Vegas. Spoid break out. We're going to start entering some rain here pretty soon. This is the most realistic rendition of a desert thunderstorm I've ever seen in my life. This is stupid. I mean, I'm honestly, I'm gonna shut up now, but I just can't believe how good this looks. All right. VFE next -10 flaps 2. Riding that breakout. This approach, you need it. We got a little bit of a tailwind here. Now we've got a quartering headwind, 25. That's going to help us. See how it's already trying to go high on the path? Once we catch back up to it, we'll just hand fly this approach. No, I don't want to hand fly it. I want to look at it. Look at the rain approaching the field. The field's right here, guys. All right, we'll stow that. Airport elevation is 2,000. That's about 2,500. So let's go manage speed, gear down, arm the speed brakes. Actually helps if you move the gear lever down. All right, let's actually fly. VFE next -10 flaps 3. Flaps full. Autopilot off. I want to hand fly it for y'all. All right, we'll leave the auto thrust on. So on this approach, I'm going to actually leave the flight directors on for now until we get a little bit closer, and then I will disconnect and go bird mode. Wow, our VAP is pretty low. Slam cam. I can't. I'm not even going to repeat that. So in real life, I'd have my FO add me 3 knots here. I don't like it when I'm right on VLS. I'm going to preemptively turn this one off just because it's hard to reach that low level in the final turn. I should have my hands on the throttles, but I got my hands on the mouse because I need to do the flight director off here as soon as we get down a little bit lower. And Cactus 357, you got the airport in sight? Negative. And you'd probably be going around here if you're on the RNAV visual. This thunderstorm is moving right over the field. We got to be ready for a wind shear. I'm going to add 3 knots. I got to add 3 knots, 139. Just because of the winds here. Yeah, we're starting to get kicked around already. I see how we're getting high. Okay, I got the runway in sight. Flight director off. Give me the bird. And I'd have the FO set runway heading for me. So now I can kind of break from this here. 2900 at low. At load. We're right on it. But we're technically, this is RNAV visual. So I'm visual with the runway barely. We may lose it. Oh my gosh, we're going to lose it, guys. I lost it. I lost the runway. There it is, there it is. I was about to go around. I literally had pressure on my throttles. Runway's in sight. Oh my gosh, that was as close as you'll ever be to going around there in the visual approach. I was... That's crazy. She's starting to swirl now. Correcting. Nice gust of wind there, threw us up high. Let's get back on the path. 2 whites, 2 reds. Still fighting to get high. So I've got a lot of energy here. We're going to go ahead and bring them out early.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
Spoilers, reverse green, decel. Yeah, we had a lot of energy, a lot of gusts coming right down the pipe, which is good for energy-wise. We'll see if we can make this one. 70 knots-ish, stow them, idle. Yeah, not my idea of a visual. Joe, I'm right there with you, man. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a prime example of what was Duffman just said that? Yes. The dynamic weather environment in this sim is unrivaled. That was the most realistic dynamic approach I've flown in a long time. And that was about as close as you're going to get to go around for visual. That was absolutely crazy. Let's clean it up. Welcome to Vegas. Welcome to Lost Wages. We'll leave the APU off because we're just going to do a replay, and then I'll probably reload. I'll probably reload the sim with a new livery on a quick turnaround break. Let's just park over at these gates where Legion is. I'm not going to go all the way to US Air, America West side. Actually, America West used to park over here, so we'll be all right. If I didn't know better, I'd say you have experience doing this sort of thing. Once or twice, Red Elephant. Once or twice. Chaos, I couldn't agree more. They're talking about no weather API. I don't need any weather add-ons for Microsoft. Everything you saw there, that was 100% default weather. And it is 100% A-okay with me. I mean, that was awesome. I can't wait to watch that replay, even though the replay doesn't record weather. We'll park over here next to this speed bed. This is for all my UK viewers.
Wow, you my friend are a blue-eyed missile man. Amazing landing. Now I'll be right back while my friend goes to hit the slots real quick. Lol.
Callie Zimmer, thank you for the $5 bank angle check. Yes, sir. I'm going to park right here next to the Speedbird just for you, so you can run in there and hit those slots, my man. Just so you can hit the slots. Lights are off. Let's roll it in here. How we looking? That's pretty darn good. The Speed Babe. This is just for all my UK viewers. I'm parking next to a Speed Babe. Ooh, that was a hard one. You felt that if you were standing up. Promise you that. Brakes are set. Anybody on final? I don't see anybody there. Oh, I see somebody way out there. This is an awesome airport too. But we'll do a quick disconnect. We'll go right into replay. Check, close, hold into the gate. Slam can. Oh yeah. Check, close, hold right to the gate. Okay, we'll go replay cam. We will go to flaps config 2. I think that's where it was when we started. We shall arm the speed brake and disconnect from Vatical Sim. This is a payware. This is Fly Tampa Vegas, McShiggity. This is Fly Tampa Vegas. All right, let's check this replay out because that was wild. I mean, let's just enjoy this for a minute. We'll watch one. We'll watch one long full one here, I guess, and then we'll reset for a turnaround and go back to Sky Harbor. Yeah, McShiggity, anything Fly Tampa puts out, just as a note, if it's a Fly Tampa airport that you want, buy it instantly. Don't even think twice about it. Fly Tampa is phenomenal, phenomenal airports. Everyone knows VATSIM is short for Vatican Sim. Yeah. All right. So we're still... Oh, brakes are set. Oh, I left the lights off. Like... Dang it. Why'd you guys tell me to do that? I thought there was a way I could hack it. I can't hack it to get it on. Oh well. You guys gotta remind me to reset the lights. I reset everything else. Yeah, McShiggity, we did Boston the other day and it was phenomenal. Look at this. So here we go into the... I hate that we have to listen to that. Sorry, guys. But look at this. Look at these range shafts. This is so real. So real. It's a Phantom. Oh, you're absolutely right, man. It is Phantom. Phantom is messing with the lights. Full flaps. I cannot wait for IAEs. I really hope. I'm sure Fenix will pay attention to it, but the only, like, the difference, or one of the differences that kind of, I don't say drives me nuts, but this is about flaps 3 with the IAE engines. With flap full, you get a little bit more degree of deflection on your flaps with an IAE Airbus. So I really want to see these come down a little bit more. That's why I like in the 737 that you go flaps 40. I mean, these things just hanging off the back completely. But yeah, the CFM Airbus, it's kind of rinky-dinky. It doesn't have enough power, so they have to reduce the flap reduction, or the flap angle there a little bit. All right, here we go. Cockpit view, XP view here for this approach. We're going to watch this one all the way in, and then we'll do like 1 or 2 touchdown replays, and we'll do a quick turn back to Sky Harbor. Gotta go, V1. Still thinking about a second stream later. Anthony Teal, thank you so much, man. It's already 3. I'm not going to promise anything, Anthony Teal, but I'm thinking about it. Maybe, if anything, we'll do an After Dark at Home podcast. I mean, I still got coffee, so I don't see why we can't continue on, but I do need to eat something. I'm thinking about more crepes. Oh, man. Vodka, you're killing me. It's called Harry Reid, but nobody calls it Harry Reid. It's McCarran. It will forever be McCarran. Look at the rain coming in here. This is awesome. Take it easy, bud. I use Flight Recorder. It's a free one off Flight SimTO. Flight Recorder.
1,000.
IE Fenix 320 or Tolas 320 Neo? You can't do that to me because it's different sims. Different sims can't do it to me. Can't answer that. Because if I'm flying the Tolas, I'm flying X-Plane. That's not an option. It's so clear that the rain is moving. I know, isn't that crazy? So this is you're still seeing the dynamic weather here. That's what's awesome. Is if there was a plane behind us on approach, this is what they'd be flying right now. How are the bathrooms in Vegas? Oh yeah, that's like a 3 for 10 max. 3 for 10 on Vegas. Now, if you go to the newer terminal, it's better. But anything on the southwest side where we parked just now, terrible. 3 out of 10. AJ. Dimitri says, where do they put you up for an overnight at Vegas? Anywhere juicy. Yes, actually downtown, man. I can't remember the name of the hotel. I think it's a Marriott downtown. Matter of fact, I think there's a big one, like, it's on the strip or really close to the strip. We'll watch one from inside view here. We'll watch the touchdown. Ooh, what was that touchdown? That looked good. Oh, juice. Look at the pyramid out there. Here we go. Man. All right, let's pause it. Let's run it back. That was a good wing view right there. I gotta have enough time to reset that. Reset the speed brake. Go back down. Go back down. All right, let's see how our touchdown was. Oh, the JW Marriott? I know where that is, Lauren. It's a nice one. Oh, yeah. Hey, for those conditions, I'll take it. A little bit off center line. Let's do a wing view here. I love the wing view. Oh, was it 170? Nice. Migs! 5 gifted for the great landing, he says. Migs, appreciate you, man. Thank you, sir. 5 gifted subs. Guys, if you pick up a membership, exclamation point, welcome. To Migs, thank you, man, for the support. Appreciate that. We might have to do an After Dark because all the new green members today. Awesome stuff. Look at this coming down. Started getting gusty there for sure. So the windsock is straight out. One more external touchdown view. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. 10 for 10. It looked like it was 100-ish. 115, 17, 70. What did you say, Bill Barrett? 170? Yeah, that seems about right. I'll take that. Awesome. American livery for the way back. We're going to do a U.S. Airways. U.S. Airways on the return. Oh, so cool, man. Stow in. Ooh, I cannot wait till we see IEs out there. Let's do a flap retraction from replay, and then we will flip it around. I'm using Fly Tampa. Fly Tampa Dog Tag Gamer. Jedi, yes. When they send you the Gator, they'll send you a little bracket that you mount on top of the base. It's just like 4 little screws that screw in. It comes with everything you need. They'll mount you a little square bracket that you put down, and then you put the stick on top of the bracket. Maze, good to see you, man. Real pilot moves, keeping the reversers out. Amen to that. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's one of those things, especially on a wet runway like that, especially in Vegas. Wow, I almost hit end stream. That would have been bad. You really don't want to be... I mean, you can. It's just a technique that... Everyone's got a technique, but I don't stow the buckets until I'm either on a dry. If it's a dry runway, that's one thing. But if it's a wet runway and you're right in the middle of a 90-degree turn, you don't need to stow the buckets right there. You're just going to add some forward thrust. And if you're in snow and ice, then definitely you don't want to be doing that. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to go. Actually, let's see. Let's pause that. I was going to let you guys watch a replay, but because I want to just reload a different livery, I'm going to put the Be Right Back screen up. So we will be right back, and I'm going to just do a quick file. I'm going to hit the lav. I'm going to hit the slots with Cali Simmer, and then we're going to do a quick turn back to Sky Harbor. So Where is my turnaround cam? Do I have one? Turnaround. Screen is coming up here. I'm going to mute my microphone, and I'll see you guys in about 5 to 7 minutes. Cheers. Well, hello again. Let's see, are we back up and running? Desktop audio's on, so that's on. APU is up and running. We are in a turnaround state. We're in a new airplane here. We're in the Cactus livery. Let's go ahead and reconnect here to VATSIM. Same flight number. Fetch from server. New flight plan selected. Beautiful. Ah, look, right next to our speed bed. That's speed bed. You guys ever hear that joke? Rumor has it that, and this is, don't get all woke and upset on me on this one, but there was a Lufthansa, and a Lufthansa was flying over Europe late at night, so I think it was like around midnight, pretty quiet. A couple other airplanes in the same sector for the controller. It had British Airways, Lufthansa, a couple other ones. KLM was flying. And the controller They were actually going into what's the big one in Germany? Is it Hamburg? We're going into one of the large ones in. Is it Hamburg? The biggest, like the large international airport there in Germany. So they're getting ready to fly into there, and the Lufthansa checked on in German. And it kind of checks on in his German language and all that. And the controller responded as like, didn't get your check on. I need you to repeat that in English. Frankfurt, thank you. Frankfurt. Said, you can't check on. I need your check on in English, please. And the pilot responds, I'm flying a German aircraft for a German airline over Germany. Why can't I speak German? And the speedbird, in the thickest speedbird accent that they can do, keyed up the mic and said, because you lost the bloody war. So that is, rumor has it. The McKellen, there you go, man. Yeah, so little Speedbird Lufthansa story for you there. All right, let's go ahead and load this sucker up. Las Vegas, Phoenix, 35 minutes. Beautiful. That's exactly what we want for ground services. Let's go ahead and we have 6.6 on board. Sounds like the British. Yeah, exactly. Don't tell Blackbox that. He might get upset. Nah, I still need to hook up with Blackbox. I think he flies for. I don't know who he flies for. It doesn't matter, but he's got a German accent indeed. All right, everything looks good here. We'll get the dome line on up here. And I'm going to do this. We're going to do weight and balance, load instantly on this. We'll do instant load. We'll dismiss that, and then we can do GSX loading, please. Request boarding. Rule pertaining from Cosmic, you're still here. What's up, man? Good to see you. Dimitri, emotional damage. All right, we are in a turnaround state. So basically, turnaround, overhead, everything looks good. I would hit this button. Right? Oh, brakes are not set. Set the brake. Uh-oh. Why can't we get the ground control push button on? Interesting. That's interesting. Anyway, we'll continue up the left-hand side. Looks good. Everything is in auto. We'll put it in position 2. Pretend the FO's flying today. Through check. Don't have to check anything up there. Everything else looks good. All right, down here, and let's get our flight plan initialized. We'll do an init request from there. We'll pull that in. Yes, both, please. Thank you. All right, we're a continuation. Actually, yeah. Or if, yeah, we're a continuation. Cactus 357, Alpha Whiskey Esco, cost index of 5, cruise flight level 310, headed back to Sky Harbor. That looks good. We will depart 19er left. How's that? We'll depart 19er left with these winds that are on here. 19er left. Ground control records the communication in the cockpit on the ground prior to engine start. So we're on the Rassler 3 to Zane. I haven't flown that one in recent memory. Rassler 3 to Zane. Insert. And then it's, look at that, you guessed it, super easy. Coming back, we want to land on 7. Let's land on 7 right, which is the farthest one, because we want to go under the bridge, under the SkyTrain. On the Bruiser 1 from Wotro intersection, we'll throw that in there. Boom, flight plan, easy as that. Initialize the secondary. We're doing Las Vegas, if we have to come back around. Now, there is a single engine complex special out here, which we've talked about in length before. We're not going to talk about it again. 2.6 left. If I do have to come back around, that's fine. Perf. Don't know what it is. Putting in 200 on the radio. 0 out the winds. Temperature off the ECAM is 17 degrees. And the QNH is 29er and 9er 7 set. I know we'll do that. Rad. KLAS done. Perf. Init. B. What's happening here? Oh, our start switches are on. Rip. Maybe. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Okay. So I couldn't get the ground control on because the engine start switches were left in the on position because of the replay mode that I had, and I had them on my Throttletek. But when I turned them off, we can go ahead. Now we can record. Now I think what's messed up is... There we go. Now we got our init B page back. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Good modeling there. 128.0 and 29.7. Yeah, you don't want to be sitting... you don't want to be sitting at the gate with your start switches on, I'll tell you that. And how's our fuel looking? Dimitri, oh, it's actually loaded properly. 10.9 as well. 10.9 is set there. The APU is already on, so we'll go ahead and do this. Boom. Try to stay dry out there, ramp crew. Dimitri, I know this channel is built on the bus, but isn't it time for good old Mad Dog stream? You know what? We haven't... Unfortunately, Dimitri, the week I was set up for Boeing, I had Boeing, Mad Dog, I even had the 146 planned. The 320neo dropped, so I had to reset all my hardware for Airbus. And I think on Friday, I'm taking a lot of the office stuff except the Airbus hardware. So I won't have any Airbus hardware to stream with, or anything other than Airbus to stream with, probably for the rest of the month. And then who knows what's going to happen from there. So we do need to fly Mad Dog. Maybe if I get motivated, we'll do one this week. But the times are quickly coming to an end because I'm going to drive home a lot of cargo this week. And then next week, I'm back out here. We'll do some streams the week of the 20th. But then after that, it's going to be sayonara until I can figure out a situation for the next month. And we got the baby coming and stuff, and I'm working a lot. So I'm trying to get as much content as I can out to you guys right now, because I don't know what the future is going to hold for us here for a couple months at least. Hayden, appreciate the support, man. You watched the last stream on Catch Up twice. I appreciate that, man. All right. We're pretty much set up here in the cockpit, right? Everything is set. No ATC. Fuel is on board and balanced. We'll set a top altitude. We don't have ATC, so we'll set all the way to the top. 310. Constraint mode. Terrain on ND is set. We're looking good. We'll taxi out. 19 left. We don't need any charts. We know where we're going. Let's enjoy the loading. Oh, that's a cool shot here. Let me zoom back around the old drone cam. Try to get some Vegas in the background for you. That's pretty cool. Got that speed bed. Wingtip right there. Believe me, I know life gets in the way. We are all behind you, man. Take care of all the stuff that matters the most. Thanks, Dimitri. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks. Mick Shiggity has a coffee refill on board. Did we get Callie Simmer back? Did Callie Simmer return from the slots yet? Are the slots modeled in this terminal? Let's see. Is Callie Simmer... Oh! Callie Simmer. Where are you? Callie Simmer? Are you here? Callie Simmer. Oh. Where's my gate space?
Paging Callie Simmer, Gate Bravo 24. This is the final last boarding call for Cactus America West Flight 357. Callie Simmer, please return to the gate. This is the last and final boarding call for U.S. Airways Flight 357 to Phoenix Sky Harbor.
There he is. There he is. Callie Simmer's back, and I'm coming in with 10 more gifted subs, dude. Appreciate the support, man. Guys, if you pick one up, thank Callie Simmer. He must have won, indeed. He says, I hit big on the slots, so here are some gifts. Callie Simmer, you're awesome, man. Appreciate the support, dude. Appreciate the support. Thank you, man. Very kind of you. We'll pause the alert box here. Thank you, man. That's awesome. Just $500 more on the slots, I swear. Yeah. Just 500 more. Just one more 500. That's all you need. Must have paid for those subs with his winnings. It sounds like it. That was far too intelligible for a gate announcement. I know. I need to mumble more.
Final boarding call. Last call.
That's more like it. Had to increase the circle of thrust, he says. Indeed. Thank you, Kelly Simmer. It's always good when you could increase the circle of thrust. Look at the rain. It's getting a little heavier here. I guess we can do our perf takeoff data while we're sitting here. Good morning. All right, 19er left, please, for departure. Surface is wet. Flaps optimum. Force toga, yes. Packs on. Sync. Calculate. Sounds like a real fake gate agent. I tried my best. 16, 35, 35, flap 2. 16, 35, 35, flap 2. You didn't set the trim in the down 0.1. We'll be fine. We will be fine. Everything looks good, so we're just waiting for these guys to hurry on up. I love the rain on the windows, though. That's so cool. Looks like they're done. Are they pulling away? Now boarding group. It was like that guy on Vatsim the other day, right? When we were flying into Raleigh. The circle of thrust or his circle of thrust? It is Vegas. Oof. Does your trim wheel work in the sim? Because mine doesn't. Cruff, yes. My trim works in the sim. It does not work with the engines not running because it has to have hydraulic power. So I'll show you here. If I go Throttletek cam, nothing. As it shouldn't, because we don't have the engines running. In real life, it might move an inch or something, but it'll lock. Can't move it. 77 of 150. Looks like Delta's pushing back. Are we on the right freak? Yes, we're on 122.8. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, unless you remember to start the recorder. Or herpes, that shit'll come back with you. Telling you from a friend. Hi, Martin. What's going on, man? Good to see you, dude. Am I excited for the 380? I am, man. I think I watched that cockpit video where they showed like a mesh. So everything is basically one-to-one of a real cockpit. A DHL Neo on the taxiway. You were just going to make that joke, Fubar? Nice. I had some good times in Vegas, man. But in all honesty, I think Vegas really has kind of, it's like clapped out now. It's kind of like Atlanta Airport. If airports could be cities, Atlanta Hartsfield Airport would be Las Vegas, Nevada. That's how I feel about Vegas now. It's just, there's so much traffic. It's so wore out. It's for the youngins. What was I going to do here? Oh, I was going to turn the lights off. Cabin lights off, please. Airline modifiable. We don't want that. We want that. We don't want that. We want that. And we don't want that. And we want that. That looks better. Yeah, Matt, I agree with you there. Look at the rain coming down on the cockpit. How cool is that? Does this work? I forget. Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. That's a perfect rendition. It just smears the water so you can't even see it. What would be cool is if the rain repellent worked and you just greased up the windshield. Oh, yeah, never go high mode. Never go full wiper. Never go full wiper in the Airbus unless you want to rip that sucker off. Vegas now is like Times Square, all gentrified and glitz and gone. None of the silly little rubbernecking fun. Yeah. Right there with you, Tony Johns. There goes that Delta taxiing out. Pretty sweet.
Las Vegas traffic, Alaska 390. We're at Terminal 3 at the Echo Gate. So we're going to be taxiing to runway 26 right for departure. We're going to be using taxiways Charlie 2, Bravo for 26 right. Las Vegas traffic.
Very nice call. Is that bush there in real life? I think there's some trees there, right? Isn't that the fire station? I don't know. I know it's not this big. It's not this giant bush conglomerate thing, I'll tell you that. But there is some type of vegetation there. Yeah, because there's a little building there. Should I pay... Who had the mortgage question? Do I pay my mortgage for the month or get the Thrustmaster yoke pack for sale? Pay your mortgage, Bradley, and then skip 3 mortgages and buy either the honeycomb stuff or buy something else for your sim. That would be my recommendation. Unless you're going for the yoke... Oh, you said yoke pack. Never mind, yoke pack. The yoke is good, I will say that. The Thrustmaster yoke is very nice. I really enjoy the Thrustmaster yoke. I think they did a good job with that one. Delivery flight of Mobile for the next 320neo flight? Ooh, maze. You know what would be cool is I just saw pictures of a 321neo from Spirit Airlines who they're going to be flying that sucker over from Europe here pretty soon. Talk about a long haul. Could get in X-Plane 12, fly the 321neo. That's a good idea, though. If we do the flight test flight tomorrow, maybe we do it at a Mobile. That's a good one. Maze, is there what type of approaches over there in Mobile, Alabama land? Do we have an RNAV and an ILS and or a VOR or something like that? Do we have any of those in Mobile? Yeah, Lauren, the 321neo. I'm looking forward to that. I saw a picture. It's just passing around in the pilot chat, and there's a picture of that long yellow bus. Man, that's gonna be some. I don't know. It's kind of sad because if you look at the JetBlue Spirit merger, all the yellow airplanes are going to go away. But man, a 321 in bright yellow, can you imagine seeing 5 or 6 of those suckers on the ramp? You'll see them from 20 miles out. That is some serious ramp presence. Whether you don't like yellow or not, I mean, I think that's gonna look. I think it looks pretty cool on the 321. I honestly do. All right, we're still waiting on passengers. We got a company message here. Lauren, I was just talking to my buddies about that. So obviously the whole merger thing, the whole suing and all that from DOJ, that's normal. Everyone expected that. But what is interesting is there was a mention that DOT was going to block the certificate transfer. Now that is something that I don't think can be even challenged. If they say they're going to block the certificate transfer, they're going to block the certificate transfer. That is interesting, and that is also unprecedented. So it's just kind of up to the administration to see what's going to happen. But the whole suit and all that was all planned. Even JetBlue, Robin Hayes, they knew that was going to happen. It's just a dog and pony show for the politicians until everybody gets their money, in my opinion. Joke on the haters, yellow's my favorite color. There you go, Steven. If I would ever want to do a flight to Europe 321, it would have to be JetBlue. Yeah, it's good enough for Mike Tyson, right? Boarding completed. All right, missing that from the fly-by-wire. That's good. No external power. We're good to go here. Let's get the beacon light on. Let's prepare for pushback and departure, y'all. We are crushing it. Off blocks at 40. We can go 30, 7 prior. Let's do it. Prepare for push and departure. I never did hit the lav, so do not want to start before pushback. Negative. They're gone. Ground. Nope. Come back here. All right, he's showing me the pin down there. I don't know why he's showing me the pin. Oh, he's going to go put it on. Cool. All right, let's do a B4 start checklist. Windows, doors, and slides. They're closed and armed. Beacon is on this time. Thrust levers are idle. Parking brake is on. Before start checklist is complete. That's cool with the beacon reflection. How cool is that? Zach, JFK to Heathrow, I did that for the 7,000 sub stream. We did a 7-hour stream on the 319. That was a lot of fun. Almost, 3 years ago now? Maybe longer than that? All right, the bypass pin is inserted. We're connecting the Ferrari tug that I never see in the United States other than on heavies. But it is what it is. We need to go nose right, tail left, I think. Flashy Emu in the U.S. captain's only taxi on the ground. The Airbus, however, does come standard with a tiller on the first officer side over there. So the first officer can indeed taxi the Airbus. In the United States, however, I don't know how it's done in other countries, but every airline that I know of in the U.S. that I've jump seated on, and I've jump seated on pretty much every single airline in the U.S., the only person that taxis the airplane on the ground is the captain. Brakes are released, clear to push. All right, let's go ahead and turn engine 1 while we're in the push, shall we?
Las Vegas traffic, Alaska 390 to meet departing runway 26 right.
Turning 1.
South. Las Vegas traffic.
Miami airport recommendations. You mean for... I hope the bleed is on. Okay, yeah, it's starting. I thought I forgot to turn on the bleed. For the sim, Latin VFR has a Miami that's decent. I prefer the Latin VFR Fort Lauderdale over Miami. I have both of them. Other than that, stay out of that airport. Rams fan, good to see you, man. Been a long time. Welcome to the stream, dude.
Traffic, Southwest 1724 is entering a left downwind, currently 26 left, Vegas.
Love it. Thank you, Stuart. Appreciate it, man. It was a good landing on the way in. Definitely was a good landing. This ought to be fun. We'll take off. We'll fly real time. When we get to cruise, I will adjust the time so we're landing in Sunset and we can see Sky Harbor. And we'll go wherever you guys want to go in the drone cam in Sky Harbor. We'll do it. We'll do a full-blown drone cam Sky Harbor after we land there. So if you are waiting to see more of Sky Harbor, please stick around. Brakes are set. Clear to disconnect. Turning 2. I use AIG. Yes, I think that's what I use. Yes, we always start engine 1 first on the ground, unless there is an MEL or a mechanical irregularity that wants us to start 2 in the Airbus, in the US. In Europe, they do weird stuff. They start 2 first. But you can start 2 first. If you're going to start number 1 right after it, there's really no issue. The only issue you have if you start 2 first is you lack some redundancies and you're going to drive the cabin crazy doing a single engine taxi on number 2. So there are times when I start 2 first, maybe we have an MEL or we have a ground start. It's common to do a ground start number 2 first, but it's fine if you're just going to start number 2 and then 1 right after it. You really only get into issues when you're single engine taxiing on 2. Not that you can't do it, it's just not really, meh. Sounds like we got 2 good starts. Left is clear, right is clear. He's still talking to me. Let's go. Let's set our flaps. So we'll do this. Dougal says we do a lot of weird stuff in Europe. Indeed, I know. They just leave it to Europeans to make it more confusing. I think one airline I was talking to somebody, the SOP is if you're going to single engine taxi, start 1 first. If you're not going to single engine taxi, start 2 first. Why wouldn't you just make it all the same? Just start 1 first. Done. If you single engine taxi, single engine taxi. If you don't, you don't. You don't have to mess up. You don't have to start 2 first, and then in the pushback, you realize there's 72 airplanes in front of you. Like, oh man, I really wish I would have started 1 first. Just got to make things more complicated. This is not a VAAL flight. Not yet, man. Not yet. We're doing U.S. Airways on this one. True U.S. Airways. All right, where are we at? Let's go ahead and do this. That's coming off. That's coming off. What's our outside air temp? Because there's water on the ground. Ooh, it's plus 16, so we don't need any engine anti-ice. Trim is down 0.1, so just a little click right there. And since it's a short taxi, we'll do the same thing. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral, boom, boom, boom. Forgot to set the rest of this panel here.
Traffic, Southwest 457, taxi runway 26 right via Bravo 5 Bravo, Vegas.
All right, they're doing their thing. We're all good to go. Let's pull out our charts. Sim brief me. I should know this. It's like Bravo. It's Gulf Bravo. Is it Gulf Bravo? Gulf Delta? It's just a real easy taxi to 19 left. I just can't remember. Let me see here. I'll tell you what it is. It is Gulf Delta. Vegas traffic. Cactus 357. Taxi to 19 left via Gulf Delta, Vegas. Gulf Delta. Lights are on. Dome light is off. Brakes are released. Juice view, push away.
75, taxiing 26 right via Charlie 3 Bravo.
Maze, there's one on, what's that famous photo site? Plane Spotters?
Vegas traffic, speedbird 32 November, taxiing to runway 19 left via Golf and Delta.
You can't see me right now, but I just got a huge smile on my face after hearing that Speedbird checking in the most British accent possible. I love it. Absolutely love it. A Speedbird.
Vegas traffic, Delta 1724, turning a 10-mile left speed.
All right, well, should we cut American off? Oh, no, he stopped. All right, good. Turn your taxi light off. Thank you for stopping. But in real life, I would stop here because I don't know if you know that you're actually giving way because your taxi light is still on. That's why we use taxi light to kind of, it's a double redundancy. You know, even if ground said, hey, give way to the cactus, kill that light there. But thanks for stopping, brother. I wonder if they got any tea and crumpets on that flight. Nah, we're not bullying. We love it. I love it, man. It's awesome. I love it. Don't mind me. I'm just doing my little swerving around the center line. I was trying to get a look at the spiritual wings over here, but some kind of orange DHL situation going on there. But there is a spiritual wings behind them. It's pretty cool. All right, there's Vegas. XP72 view right here. Shout out. I offer British accent coaching. Romulus, good to see you, man. Aluminium. I think I got in a debate with Cosmic to Blue in one of the mods about aluminium versus aluminum for like 10 minutes. Or the garage. I'm like, what? The garage. Huh? Oh, the garage. No T would mean a divert, definitely. I would insist. There you go. I agree with you. You're probably right. Someone used the wrong color at the paint shop on that bird. I know. Well, that's how Spirit got their grayscale. You guys remember the grayscale Spirit liveries that used to be out there? They're all gray. That was actually supposed to be blue and white. But what happened was when they sent a picture of the livery to the paint shop, they printed it in blue, or they printed it in grayscale instead of color print to save ink. So, because Spirit's all about saving money, right? It's everything you can do as cheap as you can. So they printed it in grayscale, and then the paint shop thought, oh, okay, you want black and gray. And it just so happened that black and gray paint was like the most expensive and heaviest density paint that they could buy, and all the airplanes were turning out gray. They were supposed to be blue and white.
Vegas traffic, American 1541, taxi, runway 26 right via Charlie 3 Bravo.
I bet you everybody's pissed off that they let me go first. Yep, look at that. Look at that. They're like, this dude's taxiing at 10 knots. All right, I'm sorry. We're in contract negotiations. Sorry, guys. I'll step it up here. I'll step it up here. Not bad. Blue and white was still present on the Mad Dogs, but the gray is better. Yeah.
75, number 1, lines up runway 26 right Vegas.
How do you know you're number one? You don't know you're number one. What if I'm number one at 19 left? It's a formation taxi, indeed, Dougal. I know you guys love wipers, so we'll do it. I'll do it just for you. Kill some frames just for you.
Vegas traffic, Delta 1724 is on a 5-mile final for 26 left. Landing Vegas.
All right, I'm doing 21 knots. The taxiways are slippery, guys. Give me a break. Oh, yeah, they're still back there. They'd be sucking in so many fumes. Can't hear you. Taxiing like a bitch. Speedbird is saying.
Radio check.
I still can't hear you.
Vegas traffic, American 1075, we're departing runway 26 right, and Razzle for departure for 290 southbound. Vegas.
Ah, see, I click and dragged. Oh, don't rear end me. Click and drag bug. Click and drag bug. Sorry, guys. Click and drag bug. Let's go. Vegas traffic, Cactus 357. We're going to line up and wait 19 on our left, Vegas. Let's go. Can you hear wipers in real life? Yes, indeed. And they are very loud. They sound just like you hear there in the Fenix. They're very loud and very annoying. Brake check. Brake angle check. Yeah, it should be. That's a good one. Brake angle check. Nope, this is Flight Tampa Vegas, FMA. All right, hopefully we're clear, right? All right, we're going to line up, and we actually want to make sure we don't...
Traffic Southwest 457, holding short 26, right?
All right, I see him departing, so we're going to be next.
Vegas traffic, America 16 left, going to hold on, we're lined up on 26 right. We're going to wait for the 01 departure.
All right, copy that, thanks. Vegas traffic, Cactus 357, departing 19 on the left, Vegas. All right, let's do it. Spool them up 50. Adios, amigos. Yoga.
Vegas traffic, the Speedbird 32 November, lining up runway
And Toga SRS, auto thrust
1419
blue.
left.
I love that Speedbird. 80 knots, thrust set. 100 knots, check. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Navin. Fly with. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, we're definitely getting bumped around a little bit here, right into the wind.
Vegas traffic, American 15 left, starting our roll on 26 right, departing on 3 clear.
Typical American. We're starting our roll on 26 leave.
Vegas traffic Southwest 457, lining up 26 right. Vegas.
All right, thrust reduction from wing view. Love that. That's my new favorite thing to do. That is my new favorite thing to do. Thrust reduction from the wing view. All right, we're thrust, climb, climb, auto thrust, VFE next. We're well above that, flaps 1. Not a very good view of the strip tonight, but... SRS is the speed reference system, V2 plus 10 to 20. Basically where you pitch to control the energy of the airplane. Speedbird is starting our fancy journey.
Speedbird 32 November, taking off runway 19 left.
I love it, man. Absolutely love it. There's S speed. Flap 0. You guys are killing me.
Vegas traffic, American 2716 lining up and waiting on 9 left. Vegas. Vegas traffic, Captain 3905, short final island.
I gotta say, everyone is doing a really nice job with their radio calls and not stepping on each other and not getting in the way. They're doing a really nice job. Turn the sim down a little bit. Since there's really not much to look at, we'll just practice some IMC hand flying here. Light control touches. And look at that. Just gonna let it go if you want to. Real small inputs there. Keep those crosshairs centered right about 10. Sometimes I'll tell guys guys have a hard time that when the winds start a little bit shifty in the climb out, where to pitch, because sometimes this flight director it won't oscillate, but it'll come down and then it'll go up. Just park that square right on the top of the 10, and that'll be right about 250 knots. and then let the wind kind of stabilize and let it come up to catch you. So we're doing a good job. We can see him on departure. We're about 4 in trail of him. Here comes the left turn. I'm hearing English spoken properly. That's all. Hey, I believe it, Hayden. I know. I believe you. At or above 8, there's 10,000.
Vegas traffic, Southwest 457 departing 26, right on the Rascal 3 departure, Vegas.
We should probably turn our engine anti-ice on, though. Yep, definitely. +7. Anti-ice is on. There you go. See, it wants me to accelerate.
And Vegas traffic, Southwest 2046, lining up runway 26 right, Vegas traffic.
That's because we don't speak English here. We speak American. That's right, Steven. We speak that American around here, boy. All right, 12.5. Nice little acceleration. We'll hit Vivus, or Vivs. Then we'll put the autopilot on. Sounds are really nice. So it's kind of getting that wind noise as we accelerate.
Biggest traffic, American 2760, taking over in 19 left. Biggest.
I'm surprised at how much traffic is in Vegas today. But that was, I mean, shoot, who needs controllers? Everyone was really well done with the spacing, and the guy that knew, he was obviously paying attention. Whoever was on 26 left, you know, he was already lining up on the runway, but he was aware, he had the presence to understand that there was another airplane on 19 left, which happened to be us. But that's really good awareness. That's a good VATSIM tip if you're just getting into VATSIM or you're trying to understand that you gotta. A good tip is that you don't just think about your airplane or your position. Be aware of what other airplanes are doing around you. So that's just a really good example of that, whoever that was. Because I'm on the completely other side of the airport. He can't see me. He's just listening to the radios. He's aware what other runway numbers are on that airport. You know, you're not just listening for 26. He's listening for 19.
And Vegas traffic, Southwest 2046, departing runway 26 right.
I feel bad for that guy because I said I couldn't hear him the first 2 times, and now it's really loud. Oh, breakout in the juice. Beautiful. That was you, Aviation Spotter? Nice, man. It reminds me when ATC went with 0 ATC in Vegas. Yeah, I remember that. ATC 0 in Las Vegas. All right, so for those that were wondering about the stick, because I have to tighten my stick a little bit. I'm gonna show you. So under the gator here, there's you can't really see it, can you? There's like this little bracket that they give you to mount right before you put your stick on it, and that's what the gator attaches to. Sometimes I'll stick my hand on there and twist that. I got to use some blue Loctite or something, but because over time, the more you use it, sometimes that little screw will start to get a little bit loose, and you just tighten it back up. Yeah, there we go. We're back on it. So, but that's how the gator's put on. Real easy. 18,000 feet STDs for you, me, and the Phantom jumpsuiter. Lights are off. We'll keep the engine anti-ice on just a little bit longer. We're going through some of these buildups here. Oh, yeah, look at that. Do you prefer CFM or IE, and why? I prefer the IEs. They sound better, they're more powerful, and they look better, my opinion. Oh, David, you're the American 321 in front of us? Nice. All right. So, Phoenix on the way back. We want to see sunset, right? So let's do a calculation. When does the sun set in Phoenix today? Let me look that up. So if I pull up Phoenix here, sunset is at 6:35 p.m. So if sunset is at 6:35 p.m., that means it's 1:44 p.m. So they're 2 hours behind Dallas because of daylight savings time. Jeff L., thank you for the $5 super chat, man. I'm going to put you guys into some juice view here. Haven't been flying the Airbus because I prefer my Boeing yoke to my Thrustmaster Airbus stick. I can totally 110% understand where you're coming from, Jeff. Is the Warthog base a game changer? Should I invest? In my opinion, yes. But Jeff L., what I would suggest is what are you looking to invest in for a stick? Are you looking for the dedicated Airbus side stick, or are you looking for a side stick that you can fly, maybe some fighter jets if you fly a different sim? Maybe you want to do some helicopter stuff, some other airplanes perhaps. But if you really are looking for a fly-by-wire, I would recommend the Thrustmaster. If you're going to be maybe making it a diverse stick for a couple other things, check out that VKB base. I believe Dugo told me it was no, not VKB, Verpal, the Verpal base, CM2 base or something like that. Because they have FSprojects, they have the stick adaptable for that, and there's also another stick out there that's WinWing that just comes with the stick in the base. But I would recommend checking out the video that I did if you're really looking at comparing apples and apples on the side sticks. Check out that video. But I would totally agree, it's going to feel game-changing coming from the TCA side stick. Definitely will be. Thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate you. Max Rank, there's your base right there, Jeff. Dougal's got it. VPC Warbird. Max Rank is in the house with his V1 wings. Good to see you, Max. It's been so long. I've flown the bus. I've forgotten all my flows. About to make my first flight in X-Plane 12. Can only imagine how tough this could be for real-world pilots not having flown in a minute. Max Rank, you know what? Number one, it's good to see you back on live, man. Good to see you. But you're absolutely right, and that is actually something we brief. So before we do a flight, whether it's the first leg, typically the first leg of the trip, so first leg of a trip, new crew member, new first officer, we brief threats. That's the first thing we talk about. And threats, I often commonly include, if it's me or even whoever else is flying, they'll include it, since the last time we flew. You know, there's been times when I've gone 3-4 weeks without touching an airplane, 6 weeks even. And that's the first thing I say, hey, man, I haven't been in a real airplane in 6 weeks. You know, watch me closely, or, you know, keep an eye on me. And that's definitely a real thing that you're going through. Now, the sim is a huge help, because I remember going on leave when COVID was going on. Remember, we went on leave at 3 months. I didn't even go to work for 3 months. The sim, Microsoft Flight Sim, X-Plane, it kept me in tune with my procedures and flows. It keeps you sharp. And I use the sim every time before I go to a real-world recurrent sim training session. So definitely a real deal. All right. What's the Whiskey Charlie? What's that, Hayden? Phoenix is 2.5 and 2.6 in real life. They are? Uh-oh. Phoenix Tower is online. We might have to change our star on arrival. Uniform. Landing 2.6s, 2.5s. Okay, so we are going to request... Well, let's see. I'm going to taxi into this dang bridge. I'm going to do it. So we need to go Phoenix ground charts 10-9. Chuck Blake, a $20 super chat. Chuck, thank you so much, man. Very kind of you. Very generous. Thank you for that super chat. Says, thank you for another fantastic stream. That Phoenix scenery is too pretty to pass on. Chuck Blake, man, did you pick it up? I hope you enjoy it, man. I really do. I personally, I'm trying to be as honest and as transparent as I can with you guys, because I know there's a ton of hype and expectation for the Flightbeam Phoenix. But when I first loaded into this one, I was impressed for what I paid, and I'm honestly satisfied with what I got. Is it perfect? No. But I'm very happy with what I have, especially me, who's been wanting a Phoenix Sky Harbor for so long. So I hope you enjoy it, Chuck, and thank you so much for the support, man. Request an RNAV? We just did an RNAV, but we can. Let's see. We want to land, if we land two, so it doesn't matter. We would land 2-5 left is what they would give us. Hopefully we could double back and go this way. Because I'm taxiing under this bridge. I am taxiing under the bridge. But let's plan then for 2-5 left. So what kind of approaches do we got? Let's do this first because there isn't a whole lot of time. Oh man, look at these views though. Screw it. We'll set up later. This looks too good. We'll plan to land 2-5 left and we'll double back and taxi. Information echo, I know. We're all waiting for it, man. Yeah, a decent, I would say it's well past decent, Chuck. And when we land in Sky Harbor on this leg, I will go drone cam after we park at the gate and we do our replays. I will go full-blown drone cam, and wherever you guys want to look in the chat, just let me know and we'll go with investigate. We'll investigate everywhere in the chat that wants to go. You know, if you trick the camera angle, you can almost make it look like an IE. Almost, if you trick the camera angle. Leveling 310, beautiful, smooth ride. We no longer need that. We'll turn those off. Seatbelt signs are off. Well, we will switch the box approach, though, because the arrivals are dependent upon the runways, if I'm not mistaken. So what do we have for 2-5 left? We've got an ILS. That's kind of lame. RNAV RNP Zulu. What do we got here for this one? Is there anything cool? What's the Yankee? I think Fenix is pretty boring as far as approaches go. Yeah, there's no real cool RNPs. Okay, so we'll do the RNP Zulu. 2-5 left. And what's our star? Let's change that. Arrival going all the way down to RNP Zulu. 2-5 left. Went too far. There it is. And we want to take it off of Zelro. Approach via Zelro on the Bruiser. Hold your breath. All right, it all worked. Let's go plan mode. Make sure it's all there. They might change our arrival. You can see Zelro way out there. So the Bruiser doesn't even take you in this way, does it? Lauren, what arrival are they going to give us here? That's not going to be... They're probably going to change our arrival. Oh, for Bruiser... Are we on the Bruiser? We are. Why didn't it change? Why didn't it take us out to Juarez? Hold on. Phoenix arrival. We got to go up. We shouldn't be going to Wartro. Tense is the only one? Interesting. What is up with this? No, we don't want that. That looks like it's going to take us... Oh. Okay, let's do that. And then we'll go direct. We have to select heading. Okay, it's a different... We already passed the switch over. Let's go direct tense. So we'll insert that. Direct tense. So we're already past the point at which they would change. So there we go. Mock out cruise nav. We're now going via tense transition. That's what it was. We had already passed where it split off. You see that? Out this way. So tense is over here. Oh, no, it didn't. That is weird. Well, now we really did it. We really did it now. Let's try this one more time. We're going to reselect. We're going to go bunter. Back to Bruiser. Wotro. But it won't let me select the other arrival. Never mind. Well, let's erase it. We'll let it. We will go with this. Does it at least bring us down to the right side now? Yeah. It at least brought us down the right side for Zerlo. So it is what it is. We're going via the tense transition. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll even cut the corner. We'll go direct to Dutsy. Or Dutty. Insert. There we go. At least we'll be on the right side of the airport. We'll be on the right side of the airport this time. Okay, we do need to change the time though. 6:35, so it's 20:55Z. And it's 1:55Z, or it's 1:55 local. So that's, what is that? That's a 9. So what is that in Zulu time? 6:35 is going to be 5 hours. It's 2 o'clock, so 4.5 hours. So if we move the time forward about 4 hours, we should be landing around sunset. So if we go from 2:55 to, let's say, that's close enough, 4:58, that's almost, but that only, that's not right, 22? Let's go one more. Oh, 5:55. Ah, screw it. We'll just do 6 to 10. I don't know what's going on. Yes, I do, Dimitri, for sure. I do. There's quite a few that I remember. So we're 6:10. Sun doesn't look quite low enough yet. I still got to lower that sun a little bit. So sunset sim time looks like it'll be around 7:35. So we'll make it 7:15 right now. Time change to sunset. Descent checklist complete. Speaking of, we need to enter the destination data. So I've got it right here next to me. The ATIS is information uniform. Variable at 410 miles, broken, temperature 24, which is just about 72 degrees. Beautiful night or evening, afternoon, whenever it is. 3000. Winds are where? Variable at 4. We'll zero them out. We are on the RNP Zulu, which has a minimum, so let's check that. It's not an RNAV visual, it's an actual RNP approach. So that is set for 1617. All the way down to RMP 0.1. Cool. 1617 is set. We don't need LS push buttons. None of that good stuff. The bottom of the star, did I pin it? See, I'm finding myself liking the fly-by-wire tablet better. I keep clicking this stupid thing thinking this is a slider. Like, where are my pin charts? There we go. That's fine. Bruiser, 7,210 knots is the bottom. So here we go. 7 is set. Managed it all up. Down we go. Yeah, so 135Z, so we're about right. So our estimated touchdown now is 148Z. Perfect. So it'll be just past sunset. We'll get a golden hour approach here. Look at that. Thank you. I should have just asked Chaos. I should have just asked you in chat. Tell me what time Zulu I need to land. Can you explain how to change RNP values in the McDo? So in the prog page, you can insert a required RNP where it says GPS accuracy. Now it's probably going to be in an auto mode. If you're in cruise, it's going to have a larger tolerance, but you could manually select the required tolerance. So what we used to do is, we still do it. It's part of our approach checklist, or part of our approach briefing anyway, is you need to either check or enter the required RNP for the specific approach that you're flying, because we fly a wide variety of different RNP approaches where I work. So we do anything from just a basic LNAV to RNP. So we do LNAV, VNAV, and RNP. We don't do LPV, but you need to check or enter that. And you would do that on the prog page, and it says GPS accuracy, and you can put in there whatever you want. Now, in the real airplane, it does a real good job of keeping it in auto mode. You don't ever really have to manually enter it because it knows, and it's always going to strive to get you the best accuracy. So a lot of the times, I'd say 9 times out of 10, in the real airplane, the RNP that's on the prog page is even a higher or greater accuracy than that of which is required. So that's why it just says check or enter required navigation in the prog page. Only LPV operators are Easy, Euro, and that's on the latest Neos. There you go. Do you use an acronym for your briefings? I don't. There's a couple that I've heard of a few, but I don't. Briefings, to me, you want to make sure you brief. You don't want to be talking too much. You want to hit the highlights, because after about 30 seconds, the guy you're talking to has probably stopped listening. So, for instance, I'll brief this approach for you like I would in real life. Oh, right there, start, right in front of me. Thanks. So, in real life, if I were to brief this RNP approach, this is what I would do. All right, we're set up for the RNAV RNP Zulu. This is chart 12-23, effective 2 September 22. It's an RNAV. We don't need our LS push buttons. Final approach course, 258 degrees. The final approach point, not fix, final approach point, 3,000 feet. RNP required 0.1, DA is 1617. That's on the glass. Touchdown zone is 1126. We'll be stable by call it 2,200 feet, 1,000 above. Sector altitude off the missed approach point 25 left, 6,300 feet. Missed approach is going to be straight out 5,000 on a heading at 258 out of Ovnui and hold. Eventually from Ovnui we'll track to Buckeye and hold over Buckeye 084 manual. Now on the real airplane it would actually have the hold and the legs, and I'd verify that. Landing 25 left, we've got a PAPI on the left, Mauser approach light system. Be a right-hand turnoff. We've got one way to cross. Make sure you hold short of that. We'll be heads up. We won't reconfigure the airplane until we cross the second runway. Any questions? No question. Airbus 320 for tail strike avoidance, flaps full, manual brakes full reverse. Donezo. And you would also probably go through here, since if it was a real approach, like not a visual backed up, if it was a real RNAV, you'd go through here. I'd say 25 left selected, nothing in the rad nav page to hard tune. GPS is primary, nav accuracy high. We need 0.1 required. 0.1 has been checked or entered. Throw Fenix in here. Perf data has been set. I already sent for our perf landing data. We got it back. We're VAP 135. Fuel 46 minutes extra gas in case we suck and got to do it again. Secondary flight plan is copied. End of briefing. All right, 7,000 minus 3. Let's go ahead and go engine anti-ice on as we enter this cloud layer here. Master Warning, good to see you. I'm here for your line check. Oh boy. Master Warden, making me nervous. Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome. Planning on flying to Eagle. That's Eagle, right? EGE. It has LDA. How is this different from an ILS? An LDA is a localizer type directional aid. So it is very much an ILS approach. However, when you break out, you are not going to be within. Somebody in chat, tell me the amount of degrees it is. You're not going to be on center line for the runway. Because of this, they cannot classify it as an ILS because it is not a precision approach, because when you break out at minimums, you're going to be offset. You're going to fly it and set it up like an ILS, but when you break out, you're not going to be on track with the center line of the runway. Now, a real ILS can have a wiggle room of, I think, like 1, 2, 3 degrees, 5. I can't remember how many degrees an ILS can vary from the center Once it breaks a certain amount of degrees, they cannot classify it as an ILS approach, and then they'll classify it as an LDA. 30 degrees, there it is. 30 degrees off. So you're 30 or greater from the center line, so that's why it's an LDA. I think I went to one not long ago. Jamaica did a turn out of there. Is it Kingston? I think it's either Kingston or whichever is on the southeast side of Jamaica. That airport, when you come in on the ILS, it's not centered. It's off by like 3 degrees. I think it's 3 degrees. Maybe it's 3 degrees. Lauren says 3. I think it's 3. 30 sounds like a lot. I think it's less than 30, but either way, same concept. 25 for 19, we're looking good. Oh, wow. Look at that. That is this color, this livery with the golden clouds. I mean, it was designed for that. Look, I feel like I'm watching a U.S. Airways commercial. Oh, greater than 30 is class circling. Thank you. I think that's right. Yeah, greater than 30s, it's actually a circling approach. You cannot land on a straight in. 3 degrees for the LDA. And yeah, Lauren's got Kingston 2.5. Yeah, so Kingston is up there when you're coming in. I remember we broke out. I'm like, whoa, I should have probably briefed that. I'm working on my double I. I should know this. There you go, AFO. Indeed, man. Double I is one of the best ratings you'll ever get, man. That you will be the sharpest that you will ever be as a pilot if you're going the traditional path of becoming an instructor is when you get your CFII. Your CFII, when you complete that, you are the sharpest that you will be, in my opinion. And then it's all downhill from there. So enjoy it. Detroit localizer, 4 left, 22 right is 2.7 degrees. Ooh, that's another one, yeah. There you go, Stephen. We know you have a choice in airlines, and we're amazed you were crazy enough to choose U.S. Airways. But why us? Just hit heavy moderate turbulence over Bruiser. How Microsoft, I wonder how it does it compared to X and Viro. Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and push this. We'll set the 29er. Is it 299 or 7? And thank you for the pilot report. Because we got a pilot report and we're out of 18, we're going to get our seatbelt sign on anyway. So he hit moderate turbulence over Bruiser. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I mean, cockpit view or wing view. I don't know where to go. It's too much juice. I don't know where to go. Wing view, I think. PRM to work. That'd be cool to simulate that in the sim, huh? No, yeah, the PRM freak. That's the first thing I plug in because I get nervous. Do PRMs a lot into Atlanta. Seems pretty common. Let's turn up the juice down here. Let's get the integral lights all the way up. Just a little bit of flood. This is the best time of night to set the cockpit lighting because you can turn it up and it doesn't, you can still see it really good and it doesn't affect your night vision because you don't really need night vision yet, but you can turn this floodlight up and make it really cozy in here like that. Look at that. Isn't that nice? We'll hide that guy's EFB. He doesn't need it. Wow. Looks like we're getting a little turb.
Okay, that sounded like a flash in your bridge base. I don't know where to go. Too much juice. Well,
Oh, Callie Simmer, killing me. Thank you for the $5 Bankango check, man. You got me, man. You caught me red-handed, dude. Too much juice. Where to go? The one thing Microsoft can't do is truly simulate an Arizona sunset. Not enough dust in the virtual sky. True. It's close, though. I bet you could probably tweak it with a shader, maybe like some reshade or something. Alright, we're just about over Bruiser now. We're coming in over the lake. Oh my goodness. Trying to get, I don't know where to go. Now I just keep thinking of that, Callie. I don't know where to go. I'm trying to give you the widest view possible here with the sun. Oh man. It's special. Pierce says, sometimes I find the takeoff roll on my fly-by-wire feels too short. Do you feel the same way? You think it's a super long when I sit in the back on a few flights? You probably think it's longer than it actually is, man. If next time you go fly, time it and see. I did some tests like that back in the day with X-Plane 11 and the Tolless, and believe it or not, it was starkly similar to the real world. So I would replicate the same weight, same temperature, same airplane, and I would time it from 0 to V1 and all that. And I haven't done any tests like that in years, but it used to be pretty spot on. But you know, it depends. It really depends on your on a couple of different factors. But if you're light, Pierce, I mean, the Airbus is. I mean, you'll get up pretty quick. It doesn't. If you're especially doing a Toga, if you're doing a Toga, definitely. Now, in real life, they might have a high flex, like 69, 70 degrees. And you start doing high flexes into the 70s, you can have a really long takeoff roll, even though you don't need it. It's just saving the engine. I mean, you'll be at 85% thrust or 83% thrust. Matthew James says, I adjusted the Throttletek like you said and it worked. Only thing now, when I engage the speed brake, it keeps moving. You might, Matthew James, you might have some binding about after release, or you know what I'm talking about in the settings where it is, you can determine to set it on release or on press. Maybe set arming to on press or on release. I don't know if that's exactly your problem, but maybe play with that. Yeah, almost nobody togas in real life. That's true. It is flex, flex, flex. I mean, I can't remember the last time I did a toga. Well, when I was doing an empty repo, I was tempted to do a toga just to see, but we took off and it seemed like less than 1,000 feet. We were completely empty, high flex, only had, 10,000 pounds of gas on board, short repo flight, Dallas, Houston. And, I mean, we were up in, I swear it was 1,500 feet. If you togaed that, oh man, probably be 800-foot takeoff roll. Taking my ADX exam in a few weeks, which I understand is identical or almost identical to the ATP. Any advice? It's been so long since I've done any written tests, Leonardo, so I wish I had better advice for you, man. The only thing I'd say is once you know that you've studied enough and you're confident in your knowledge, give yourself a break, because if you try to cram and not cram, but like if you're continuously pushing your brain to study all the way to the exam, for me personally, I feel I do better if I kind of give myself a break. Like maybe even the day before my test, I might just look at something in the morning and that'll be it. And I just let my brain rest, because there is so much information. There's so much there. It's just me personally, but I have to kind of let myself rest before the test. And if I studied it all the way up to where I'm walking in the door still studying, I don't tend to do as well. But everyone's different. At most U.S.-based operators, how much longer do you think CEO aircraft will be around before retirement? I don't know, man. I think they're going to be around for at least 10 more years. I mean, we still have a lot of CEOs out here. Still have a lot of CEOs in the U.S. Oops. So, all right, we are 250 knots. Let's go ahead and where are we at? Oh, 230 is the next one. We'll leave it at 230. Selected speed. We'll activate and confirm. Guys, we're coming in to sky. Oh my gosh, this is great. Water, thank you for the $1 bank angle check, man. Learning some new stuff in the aviation world during detention. Hey, man, stay out of trouble. But don't become a pushover. Thanks for the support, man. Push, push, select, select, pool. You caught me doing that? I know. I don't know what it is. I still screw this thing up. It even says pool standard half the time, half the flights I do. I'm like, oh, yeah, pulling for standard, and I push it in. Or like set standard, and I push it. I don't really set standard. I typically get that one right. Like I pool, like going through 18 for us. But on the descent, I still find myself sometimes pulling it. I don't know why. All right, breeze is 230 between 9 and 8. We're looking good. Oh, this is going to be perfect timing. Sky Harbor's there off the nose. Let's get a few more. This is just a stunning view right here. Let's enjoy this. Now, to be completely transparent, I have not seen the Sky Harbor at night. So we're going to see it together for the first time, this BMWorld or BMWorld and AM Sim Sky Harbor. We'll see what it looks like here with night lighting. I have not checked that out personally. I agree, Kelly Simmer. This looks absolutely stunning. I did not realize it's 4:15 already. Yeah, we probably won't do another stream tonight, but I'll see what happens when I get home. Maybe we'll fire up the Starlink and do a pod or something, but I got to get some food after this. I never even got lunch. We just streamed right through lunch, so I'm hungry. AJ says the SkyTrain lighting has horrible AA lighting at some angle distance. All right, I'll be sure to look at it. Oh yeah, DFW spotters, especially on approach, you'll move the seat about 72 times. Podcast. But I got to get some stuff wrapped up, and let me just double check while I got you here, while we're looking at this nice sunset. Let me see if there's anything on the schedule for me tomorrow. We got a couple Tampa overnights next month too. That's nice. Nothing yet. Let's see, next month I got Tampa, Orlando, Cleveland, Raleigh, Orlando. Man, doing all kinds of Orlandos. Gonna have to hit up Wrong Side Sim. Do a meet and greet with him. Oh wow, this is just. Look at that. Gosh, that's so nice. I have to cancel my morning flight tomorrow due to the presidential TFR. Uh-oh, where are they at? Where's the TFR going to be at tomorrow? Oh my gosh. We haven't done a sunset flight in this sim in a while. I forget how amazing this is. This sim is so breathtaking. Look at the orange behind us now. Golly, let's go to 210. Is that guy going all the way out to Zerlo? I'm going to select heading 070. I'm not going to go direct Zerlo, but we'll cut it off here in a second. VFE next, minus 10 flaps 1. Cali. Joe Hatch, have a good one, man. I was stuck in traffic last night coming up 35. 2 hours, man. They had a highway closed. Have a good one, man. Sky Harbor traffic. Is there someone over Zerlo for 25 left? We'll keep an eye on this guy. If he turns in for Fixar, then we know he's landing 25 left. If not, oh yeah, he's turning in. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's slow it up. Let's go right to 180. There he is. I can see him. Beautiful. Now we'll cut it. We'll square it off. 080, and then we'll go direct fixar here in a minute. There's VFE next. Minus 10 flaps 2. Ooh. Don't want to hit that button. Almost pulled the engine or start switch off. Al Loper says, I landed new Fenix, disabled GSX gates for it, and all the north gates are labeled as southwest. That's what I've been hearing. So I have my GSX gates for Sky Harbor. That's why I don't see the southwest gates, but that is a bug that hopefully the developer will address, because yes, the default gates for the scenery do say southwest on the north side. Tell you what, we'll clean it up. We'll do this. We'll go Fixar 010, select heading. Ooh, that's not going to be right. That's not going to be right. We got to do it from, let's do it from Hammock. That's right, 080, boom. Select heading, done. So we're basically on a downwind now. Look at the traffic lined up. This is cool. Let's get the flight recorder ready. Big Ern's taking all over Sky Harbor. He is, man. Big Ern. There it shows. There goes the sun. One, 2, 0. Close enough. Trying to get a view. Oh, sun already went down. Dang it. Man, this is a beautiful night here. Yep, we'll call Phoenix Tower here. 120.9er as soon as we turn final. We'll square it off here. We will turn base now. 160. Can see Scottsdale Municipal. Nobody says that. Scottsdale Airport, man. No one says Scottsdale Municipal. Unless you're from the north. It's just Scottsdale. This is actually Falcon Field right here. FFZ. Flew plenty of practice approaches. Actually, we used to fly our circling approach practice here in the Falcon Field. There was a, I think it was a GPS circle or a VOR circle, I can't remember, that puts you 90 degrees to the runway, and this is where we would practice our circling approaches in Falcon Field. All right, let's join. Let's turn right, heading 200. Arm the approach. Ooh, I want to join on 200 though. Select heading. Cancel that. And now, there we go. That's fine. Close enough. Arm the approach. Final app nav. Hammock is at 5,000. Let's just go ahead and start down now. Selecting 5. Thrust idle. Open descent. Down to 5,000. Oh, look, there's more traffic coming in behind us. That's cool. We'll switch over to Phoenix Tower here right about now.
South is 5.
App nav.
5, run 25 right taxi via Delta 11 Echo.
25 right via Delta 11 Echo, South 25.
What was the ATIS code?
Phoenix Tower,
Information,
Southwest,
yeah,
625,
Victor.
requesting IFR clearance to Vegas.
Snotsdale, yeah.
That was 625, Phoenix Tower, hello. Clear to the Vegas Airport via the ease of 2 departure roster transition, then it's filed. Climb base in, expect flight level 280, 3 minutes after departure offline, squawk 0713, read back to mark only.
0713, squawk 4, Southwest 625.
That was 625, read back correct.
Phoenix Tower, good evening. Cactus 357, 6,005 from Hammock with Victor for the RNAV 25 left.
Cactus 357, Phoenix Tower, welcome, continue, runway 25 left.
Continue 25 left, Cactus 357. Oh, if you're flying in real life, you'd see the Salt River full on right now. Nice. That's right. They've been getting a ton of rain, huh? We've been tubing down the Salt River rafting. All right, so we're level 5,180. We have activated and confirmed, verified. Yes, we are. VAP at 135. We are looking good, folks. We are looking good. See, now it's getting darker. We're going to turn down this floodlight a little bit. It's a little bit distracting. I like to just crack it.
American 1786. I'm still on the ramp here. I'm having some engine problems. I'll get back with you.
1786, roger. Just cancel your taxi clearance advised when you're ready for taxi.
Roger.
Having some microphone boost problems. 3000 on the barrel now is set. Thanks. All right, we're looking good. We're still continuing. So we've got this light, but we don't have our clear to land yet.
Good evening, Speedbird 32 November on the RMP.
Speedbird is back? This guy's got to be watching the stream.
Speedbird 32 November, Phoenix Tower, welcome. Following air correction, traffic follows a Cactus A320 on a 6-mile final. Continue.
To continue, copy the traffic.
Is that Dougal? Dougal, are you the Speedbird?
Cactus 357, the wind variable at 4, runway 25 left, clear to land.
25 left, clear to land, Cactus 357. All right, we are clear to land. Final lap.
And Phoenix Tower, America 1035 going around.
Uh-oh.
America 1035, roger. Flight runway heading, maintain 4 south. Runway heading 4 south.
We're going to let the autopilot do some flying on this one. We hand flew the last one. Let's enjoy these views here. Oh, flight dispatch, you're the Speedbird. Nice, man. You're on approach to Palm Springs, Dougal. Cool. Flight dispatch 320. Oh, man. Love it. Love it. Findus TV. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
122.8, self-vector yourself around. There's a bit of traffic. Self-vector himself on the Unicom final. So once you turn against final, just call me back. Safe flight. I will call you back with you.
Manage speed. Here down. Speed brake arm. I know Dougal likes this view here. That's pretty cool.
After departure offline, squad 3511, restart squad.
I think we're slow enough.
Squad 3511 for making.
Gosh, I love this. All right, flaps full, landing checklist. Cabin crew advised auto thrust is speed. Auto brakes are off. ECAM memo. We're waiting for 2,000 feet here, then it'll be all green.
I think it's going to put us still to the rest, so we should be fine for stuff. Let's
625, roger, at your discretion.
American 1786 rated taxi.
There it is. Landing all green. Landing checklist is complete. Recording is on. Let's do this.
November 2 following Cactus on a now 6-mile final. Runway 25.
Oh, you know what?
Completely Lambert, Speedbird 32 November.
We need to pull up our taxi chart.
32 November 25 left, clear to land.
25 left.
We want to go on. What is this?
595, no further.
Romeo. We need Romeo in our taxi because we're going to customs. Autopilot's off. Let's do this. We need to go to customs because we've got some Speedbirds on board.
Sky Harbor Towers, American 2716, final, or ILS, growing.
Light and variable at 4. It's kind of what we're showing. It's kind of swirling around 4 knots. All right, let's see how this airport looks at night. This is a first for me. Customs from Las Vegas. You never know what you may find in Vegas. There, You may need to clear customs.
I believe in air.
Now, British Airways used to fly into Sky Harbor. I think they still do. I used to watch the 7-4. Used to fly a 7-4 into Sky Harbor. I remember watching it. I can see some lighting flickering over there on the terminal. Runways look pretty good though. What I don't like about a lot of third-party runways, I don't know if it's a runway thing, but sometimes they seem too bright. This runway seems pretty good to me. The lighting on the runway I'm looking at looks pretty good.
As close as you can't get it.
Minimum.
Landing.
So that's 457 base parallel number 3, following a British Airbus 320 on a 6-mile final, runway 25 left, clear to land.
1786, ready to go, 25 right.
American 17,
50, 40,
correction, hold short.
20.
Oh, I forgot to turn the flight directors off.
Short.
Forgot to turn the flight directors off. We almost smashed it. You guys left me hanging. You guys left me hanging. See that vertical speed revision there? You don't want that. At about minimums, should have turned both flight directors off. 250-hour pilot exceed. Let's see how we're doing. Green lights could be a little brighter.
American 1786, runway 25 right, 5 left.
Line up and wait, 25 right for 1786.
We're all drunk from Vegas.
30, 6-hour low, clear to the Charlie Yankee Uniform Lima Airport speed.
All right, we are here.
Filed.
We're going to stop the recording. Let's clean it up. 201? That was a 201? I'll take it. I blame Phantom and I blame you guys for not telling me to turn my flight directors off. I heard that chirp right as we're coming into flare. All right, let's get the dome light on so we can see what we're doing here. Oop, that's.
Welcome to Sky Harbor. Where are you parking it?
We got to go to customs on the west. I'm sorry, on the northeast side.
Okay, 357 Roger. Keep it rolling all the way down. Foxtrot. Hold short when we 25 right at Foxtrot 13.
All right, hold short 25 right Foxtrot 13, Cactus 357. Yeah, buddy, that's where we're going. All right, flight directors off. We'll turn these off. Leave that on. I'm gonna leave the turn-off lights on, so we can kind of look at these ground textures at night here. Oh yeah, look at that. There's a weird like blue thing there, flickering. I think that's what you were talking about, the sky train. I see that. The sky train has a weird blue light thing going on. Let's keep it rolling. Let's pick up the speed, though. We want to go under there. This is the new scenery, yes. And we're going to look around in drone cam, too, when we get to the gate. So, yeah, AJ, so I get what you're saying with the sky train lighting needs some work. I love seeing guys lined up on final, though. That's so cool. That's so cool seeing guys lined up. Oh, yeah, you can really see it now. Uh-huh. Oh, it's like when you're far away from it. Oh, look, because when you zoom in, I see what they're trying to do. I see what they're trying to do. I wonder if that's a setting issue. Like, if you have a really powerful card, you can crank that all the way up. I don't know. That's interesting. These green lights, they could use a little bit of work. They don't quite look like that. Looks like big hockey pucks. I like the reflection of the blue lights, though. I can't tell you how many times as a kid I see this right here. The blue glow there on the side, I love that. I love that. That used to get me so excited. You know, I was going for a night flight. Alright, this guy's landing 25 left as well. Right reversion, chirp after autopilot, but on ILS, but not on RNAV. Oh, because the RNAV, it doesn't have anything to follow after your minimums. That's why we turn off the flight directors. That's because you want to prevent that. The ILS has something to track all the way to the ground, so it will not mode revert on you because you can auto land on it.
Clear for takeoff, thank you.
Nice landing, Southwest. That's pretty cool.
One departure prior to your arrival off the ground.
Copy that.
Let's get back on center line. This is AM Sim and BMWorld Sim or whatever. Exclamation point KPHX brings you a link to him.
We're going to be over to the Charlie Charlie.
Looks like that guy's taking off in ghost mode.
7 Roger, right Foxtrot, keep it rolling to, let's do Foxtrot 12, we'll turn to 5 right at Foxtrot 12.
Right Foxtrot, Foxtrot 12, we'll turn to 3 right at Foxtrot 12.
1730 at Whiskey with Yankee taxi. 17.
I mean, so I see what they're trying to do.
Charlie Sierra Echo, give way to American.
See what they're trying to do.
Piers American 730.
All right, this is Fox 10. We got to go to Fox 13. It's all the way at the end.
And then left Charlie.
And then we'll go all around this in drone cam too. We'll take a look at it. I'll show you guys that the terminals over here are actually pretty sweet.
1786. No further ATC available. Correction. Further ATC.
Watch your right ring. Right ring? Watch your right ring. Going north on Romeo, there are some static objects by the American hangar. Right up against the taxiway. I will take a look.
1075. The wind available.
Flame, it might be an anti-aliasing issue. Yeah, look, so you can see, so from afar, you see that flicker? But if I zoom in on it, that's what they're trying to do.
5 right, left away.
I see. I can see, yeah. I'm going to go all the way to 13.
Correction, 777, hold short at Echo. Correction, hold short of Echo 12 on Echo.
Hold short of Echo 12 on Echo, American 7.
I will shut off our lights here, though, so they don't think we are taxiing onto the runway. Oh, the wigwags, so the alternating light, yep. So there are lights that would be on here that flicker. And basically runway status lights too. I don't think anybody's ever modeled runway status lights. I think that'd be pretty hard to do. But the little wigwam things are missing. Certain types of anti-aliasing cause shimmering like DLSS. Okay, so I'm in, I think I'm in TAA. Let's see, when you zoom in on it, I'll go, let me just go live cam so you can see more of it. Oh, look, there goes the Southwest. Adios, amigo. Runway guard lights, wigwags, yeah, those are missing. Tower looks good, though. Yeah, that tower looks pretty good. Oh, there goes the train. Aw, man, I wanted to taxi into the train.
1521 Roger. Taxi via right Foxtrot all the way down. Foxtrot 13, hold short.
Don't get stuck up there.
Right at Foxtrot 13.
FS Dream Team modeled RSL? Really? They did? That's pretty cool.
No worries. Take a right on Foxtrot all the way down to Foxtrot 13. Hold short of runway 25 right.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, that's a shame. Because that would look sick. If you could keep that on when you zoomed back out, that would be sweet.
Cactus 367, you continue taxi, cross 25 right at Foxtrot 13, and then continue via Romeo Charlie if you need it.
All right, Romeo Charlie, cleared across 25 right for Cactus 357. Thanks. Here we go. Clear left, clear to cross.
Runway 25 right via
Clear right, clear to cross.
November, Charlie.
The tower is modeled. I've been in there.
No further ATC available. Under the Utica.
The tower is modeled. I have been in there. We'll drone cam up there. And I'll turn the lights on too so we can see it in daytime. But right now, let's do a taxi in at night because we taxied out in the daytime. So I kind of want to see, when does this get normal? Okay, so right about here. I mean, that looks pretty sick. I mean, it's just when you're far away. Man, I wish they could, if they could fix that, that would be sweet. You know, like if you could just be in normal zoom and have that SkyTrain like that, that'd be so cool. All right, we need to watch out for, you said there's something up here by the hangar? Okay, we're going to go over the bridge, which I love. And for taxiing simulation purposes, turn off lights are on as well.
Right, 75, welcome to Phoenix. Right when able to, correction, right when able, say parking.
Okay, this is cool. Look at this. That is pretty sick. And the lights down here are lit up for the cars.
Right when able,
this is sweet. This is sweet. See that? Oh man, if they could fix that anti-aliasing issue or whatever that is really cool. All right, I'm gonna cheat to the left so we don't hit any objects. Someone said there's some objects out. Oh yeah, I see right here. They got some. There's some boxes right here. So we're gonna cheat to the left. I think we'll clear them. Yeah. Oh, you know what? We would clear them anyway. Maybe not this thing over here. Oh, that's cool. You can see the SkyTrain going out that way. Oh yeah, I'll cheat to the left. Yeah, those trucks need to be moved. Those trucks definitely need to be moved. I tell you what, let's have let's see if GSX will park us at Bravo. Where'd we leave? Bravo 24.
Alpha 10, hold short, T6 Alpha 10.
Alright, GSX will be there at Bravo 24.
Alpha 10, hold short, T6.
Cleared to cross and inbound fix are two of my biggest bad phrases. What do you mean cleared to cross? Why is that bad phraseology?
1730, hold short, T5 right. 475, cross the T5 right, box shot. Well, continue taxi, Delta 12.
Your bridge isn't as smooth on default. Any other taxiways under bridges? No taxiways, but there are. You mean there's car bridges? There's some on the other side, and we'll drone cam over there.
Good afternoon, Phoenix.
Mustafa, nope, not using any third-party add-ons for Throttletek axes. None at all. I have a video on how I have everything bound. So no axes, no additional stuff. Now for the Boeing, I do use SPAD next for the engine start switches. That's the only one I use.
Do this, if you can, make your next right on Alpha 6, cross to runway 26 at Alpha 6. Maintain taxi, Bravo, Charlie, 9 Charlie.
Cross runway at taxiway is proper. Cleared to cross is horribly outdated. Oh, well. Bury me on that outdated version then. I just sound, I don't know. Cleared to cross, that makes it just sound like you're doubly sure. Alright, we got GSX parking. We'll turn these lights off. APU is starting. Alright, let's do this. I'm not going to listen to him. I'm going to just do my normal parking, because last time he had me way off. What? Really? Brake set. I know, I gotta wait for the APU, brother. Hold on. Why do I never use Pilot Edge? I don't want to pay for it. And I use real ATC, like real. I talk to real controllers all the time. That guy is way out. Is my APU up yet? Yes, it is. All right, let's go ahead and kill number 1. Yeah, we need a GSX profile. You parked a bit to the left and askew. I sure did. I sure did. Alright, let's drone cam around here. Actually, will they deboard us from here? Let's see. And then we'll drone cam around. Let's take a look at this airport. And then the very last thing we'll do is we will watch the replay. We're probably too far for the jet bridge. I would imagine we are. Beacons off. Alright, let's zoom around here.
Right at Foxtrot 12, taxi. Remind me of your gate number again.
This is so cool. So this view right here in the parking garage, like I can't tell you how many times I'd come up here and see this. And then when I was a kid, like this used to be too tall for me. And then I could see here, and then I couldn't see, and then I could see when I was able to see over the top of it. That's pretty neat. But the roof, I spent a lot of time on the roof, looking here, like you'd park here, and I would just be chilling up here. That's so cool. There, we're deplaning over there, but yeah, we need a profile for this airport. Let's go over here. Let's see who's... Here's the Skyway, or the SkyTrain bridge. So this looks so much better at night when you're close to it. So you see that? That's what they're trying to do with the lights. But at far, it's weird. But it looks really nice when you're up on it. Look at that. That's really cool. Those are some nice cars. Yeah. And look, here is... So this is southwest side. This is modeled. One of these is. I forget which one. I think it's... Is it this one? One of these has an interior. Here we go. Is it this one? No. I swear I went in. Oh, maybe it's this one. This is the one that's modeled inside. And then we'll turn the lights on. So if you come into the D gates here, look at that. So if you're a huge Southwest fan, let's go ahead and turn the night mode off for a second. Look at that. This is the spotting area. Everyone's always hanging out here. You can never find a spot by this window. But this is cool. Yeah, they got the terminal modeled here. Pretty nice. Look at the reflection on the floor. That's pretty cool. I think this is the one of the only ones that are modeled, though. Here's like getting ready for sunset. I love the parking lots. They did a really good job. Let's go back. Let's stay on this side. I know it's a ton of Southwest fans. So y'all are going to be... Oh, they've got this little thing modeled. Or no, not really. I thought it was. Sort of. I honestly could... You know, I'm for it if it works good with good performance like I sceneries. But if it's going to cost a ton of frames, I'd rather just not do it. So this is another bridge that you would taxi on and see cars go. You'll taxi over the SkyTrain right here, so this would be kind of cool if you're going across this bridge and you time it just right. You go over the SkyTrain. And then I wonder if they modeled this one. So this is a big one, the new Terminal 3. So down here, this is the new Terminal 3. It is not modeled interior, but they have the proper gates over here. So this is cool. This is a really nice terminal in real life if you do get to go here. It's all new, of course. But yeah, these are GSX gates. So what I need to do is disable GSX, but then I think if you disable GSX, you'll have Southwest on your gates on the north side, which isn't true to real life. Here's the Fenix SkyTrain. Can we get in it? Come here. Come here. Aw, 0 for 10. You can't get inside the SkyTrain. This is pretty cool, though. Let's see. Oh, it's going to go under the ground right when American taxis over it. Oh, it's going to go right in the ground when American taxis over. This is cool. Look at that. If this guy wasn't taxiing like a grandpa, he would have hit it perfectly. Pretty nice, though. Pretty nice. Let's look at the north side a little bit. So, a pretty popular road that I remember driving in here a lot as a kid. We used to come in from the northwest side. So this road over here, this is pretty accurate with the trees and the bushes. Those are all here. And I don't know if it still is in real life, but at least when I remember, years ago, this was really just a chain link fence. So you could definitely see airplanes. And a lot of times if they were departing 8, they'd all be stacked up out here on the taxiway or in the hold pad. And I'd be looking as like head glued to the window, trying to see, because this will take you in from the highway from 51. Where do you guys want to see? So you can taxi like you stole it or taxi like a grandpa. Exactly, Dougal. There's only two ways to taxi. Let's check out the National Guard side. You want to look over here real quick? Let me speed my camera up a little bit. Drone speed. What do you like? We'll do a little faster. Yeah, you can see through the chain link. Exactly. So this is pretty cool. This is pretty important for any Sky Harbor rendition. The Copperheads out here, KC-135's National Guard base. This is really cool. The FedEx terminal, my best friend, his dad was like the load master, like the head master guy over here at FedEx for years. And they'd be loading MD-11s and all that stuff. So this is cool to see that. But yeah, the Copperheads here, look at this H-60. Nice. Anything in the buildings? I doubt it. It'd be cool if they put like I don't know, like some skunk works or something in here. Oh, is this the FBO? Oh no, where's the FBO at? What do they got there? Some fuel tanks, external stores. Look at that. Goldwater Air National Guard Base, home of the Copperheads. Pretty neat there. Pretty cool all the way around. That's the guard base. But yeah, absolutely love it. Anybody else? I thought somebody was landing. Let's go down here a little bit. I'll zoom out, I'll slow down so you can kind of get an idea. You can actually go, yeah, the roads are modeled just about right. I mean, not perfect in here, but that's pretty cool. Now I'm just going too fast. I got to slow down. Are there any areas you need to see that you guys want to see in particular before we cash it out to the replay? There is a road. There used to be a road on this side, I thought, where you would drive. Maybe it's right here. Yeah, this road right here. When you're driving through, oh, that's the view. Okay. If I ever get an America West old school livery, we're going to start the stream from right here. Because when you drive through the airport, I remember there would be times I would just drive to think. I'm one of those drives to thinkers. So back in my young years, when I was a teen, I would just drive around to think. And I'd drive through the airport, loop around, and you could see when you were driving on this road, if you're going that way, I'm looking out the window right here. Can't tell you how many times I almost rear-ended somebody or almost went off my lane. But you'd see all the tails here lined up. And I remember one time, a long time ago, there was a 737-400 U.S. Airways just parked right here with the nav lights on. And I can see it to this day. And just so cool. 737-400 with the nav lights on and the U.S. Airways colors. But there goes a proper A320 with IAEs. Look at that. I mean, that view right there is cool. There's your Southwest emblems. They need to tweak that. Yeah, ain't nobody going driving with gas is $4 a gallon. Yeah, it's not anymore, man. Not anymore. You wouldn't be doing that. Let's go over to, you guys want to see like Honeywell? Someone had said that earlier. Let's zoom over here. Zoom over to the Honeywell. But overall, I mean, it's a good airport. The tower is modeled. We can go in there. We'll go in the tower, and then we'll wrap it up with the replay. But this is what I'm talking about. So, you know, I think, Flightbeam is probably one of the top developers for sceneries. I've never heard of these guys. I don't know who they are, and this is my first scenery from them. There's probably some things that Flightbeam can do better. But if you're just itching for a Fenix and you don't mind spending the money, you're probably not going to be disappointed. I'm not disappointed at all. You look at the ground textures here. Flightbeam will probably do better than that. But if you're just itching, I don't even remember where Honeywell is. Is it even over here? We already passed it, didn't we? I don't remember. Cutter and all kinds of stuff. Let's zoom into the tower. The dev is AMSim and BMWorld. It's exclamation point KPHX. Oh, who's that taking off? Oh, that's a Spiritual Wings landing. Oh, that's cool. If you exclamation point KPHX, it'll bring you the link. It's on the Orbix. They did Memphis and Seattle. Cool. Do we have any idea of the timescale for Flightbeam? Dougal, I have not heard anything. And that's part of why I got tired of waiting, man. I got tired of waiting. But I'm not upset at all about it. I'm really not. This is the tower. Pretty cool. I mean, you can sit here and do tower view. I wish there was an option to make the glass not tinted so you could just plane spot if that's your thing. But I mean, how cool is this? This is a GSX thing. That's on me. That's not the scenery, guys. That's me. Yeah, exclamation point KPHX, but if you're like me and you really want a Fenix, you probably won't be disappointed. Let's see if this guy parks, and then let's see if he's got to be parking over here somewhere. Maybe we can watch him come into the gate. So, they definitely put a lot of work in there, Swiss Tony. I agree. They definitely put a lot of work. Oh, he disconnected. All right, I guess we'll do one last thing. I'll do a kind of a night view here of the whole airport, and then we'll watch our replays. So let's just see how the lighting changes. Oh, that's kind of cool. See how it flooded the ramp? That's nice. They got a nice spill of the lights there on the ramp. This is midnight. Sunset golden hour, Sky Harbor. Like, this is kind of where we landed at. Lights up nicely, but yes, it is missing the runway status lights and the wigwam thingies. But it's all there. You guys remember I asked this a lot. What is the significance of those yellow markings there on that pavement? But yes, someone asked if the train moves. Yes, the train does move. You can see it right there, and you can taxi under it. Show dawn? Yeah, I'll show dawn. Let's go up here to the SkyTrain, and I'll zoom it forward to dawn. So here comes the SkyTrain. Pretty nice view. I like how they lit up the signs too. That's pretty. There's something about these signs when you come into Fenix that the blue, the way they have the lights set up, it's relatively new too. They redid this. These signs used to all be brown and like turquoise, like the America West turquoise, but they changed them to blue and white. And that night they really do pop when you drive by. I mean, I imagine that's why they did it, because it's realistic, or it's not realistic. It's easier to see when you're driving in. All right, so let's spin around and watch the sunrise from like the SkyTrain area here. Or you probably want to see the terminal, right? As from dawn. Let's zoom out over here. I'll zoom out a little bit, and we'll do a sunrise here. Oh, that's pretty cool. So right there, with the sun would be peeking up. That's pretty good, man. Sure. But that's cool. Oh, there's someone landing. Let's go. Let's see where he's landing. Let's watch his landing. Wigwags. Is that what they're really called? Are they really called wigwags? I had no idea. So he's landing 2-5 right. Let's put it on the markers. Pressure's on him. 2-5 right, or sorry, 2-5 left. 23 US dollars, that's what it is. Yep, 23 US dollars. I'm honestly, I mean, I have no dog in this fight, guys. I'm not trying to sell you one way or another, but as someone who, I've been to this airport a ton. It's one of my favorite airports to fly into just because it's nice, it's friendly. I like the stuff here. I have history here. This is a really good rendition of it, and I'm very happy with what I spent, and I don't regret it. Will I get the flight beam? We'll have to see. We'll have to see what they bring. Oh, that was cool, that airplane right through the sunset. Oh, just about right on the markers. That was pretty darn good, Southwest. Nicely done, sir. Nicely done. Key 6, you did, man. We did 2 legs. We've been flying all day long. One thing, I know you're probably getting dizzy watching me fly here, but watching me zoom around, but there it is. That's pretty good. I'll zoom the time forward just a little bit. Where's there's a reddish dawn right about there, and then we'll do our replay. So let's come over here. Let's go back here. That's cool. And let's do set state like this. Dismiss. Phoenix. Let's watch our replay, and then we're gonna wrap it up, y'all. I had fun. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed it. Panel states ready. Activate. Replay mode. Disconnect from VATSIM. Thank you, Dougal. Appreciate you, man. All right, let's go into replay mode, shall we? Look at that. This is, I mean, and that's, you know, I got to fix the jetway thing with GSX, but then I said it before when we first started, the terminal, this is what's so iconic when you pull up to Phoenix. I can't think of another airport that stands out more than just how Sky Harbor does with their decorative engineering. You know, these big round columns and these little things in the wall. It's just something that screams Phoenix, and they did a good job of it. So here we go, replay time. Oh yeah. I know we landed at night, but oh, we forgot to turn the lights on. That's all right. No, they got it. They got most of the lights. Cool. We got the lights on. All right, I'll leave you guys with one long one from here because this view is going to be the absolute juice. I'll leave that one for the end, but I'm going to scoot it forward just so we can watch our touchdown, and then I'll leave you with one long one and sail, and we will go home. Oh, this is nice. Looks like a big urn stream. It does. Key 6. What's up, man? Will we see me at Expo? Big Ralph, man, I'm trying, dude. I honestly, I really thought it was a done deal, and there's so much happening right now, man. As soon as I have something nailed down, I'll let you know. Either way, brother. I'm really trying. Let's see how we did here on the touchdown. Oh yeah, a little firm. Little bit firm. It's 200. Looks like it. Looks like a 200. I liked watching those spoilers come up incrementally. That was pretty nice. Did a 115. Nice, Cruff. Look at that. Look how they're delayed. I love that. There's the flap thingy, or the, what is that called? Florence kit, and then we got the vibration. All right. No, Liam, we're not going to do another stream tonight. I said I thought I might, but it's 5 o'clock. I didn't have a lunch nor dinner. I got to get both of those things, and so I got to catch up on some other stuff. I got to get some stuff ready. But tomorrow, guys, tomorrow the plan is X-Plane 12, flight testing the Tolless 320 Neo. We're going to try to beat that airplane up as best we can and do a couple of tests with it. And then I think we might have one more stream where that might wrap it up for the week. We'll have to see. But I'm going to leave you with with one long replay here. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you guys for the support, the donos, the super chats. You guys have been incredible. I can't thank you enough. Take that, concrete. Exactly. That's what I say typically too. It's like, take that, Phoenix. But this has been fun. I hope you enjoyed it. Bottom liner, if you're looking for a bottom line, do I like this airport? Yes, I do. I love it. I think they did a great job. I recommend it. And we'll just have to see what Flightbeam brings. They better step up their game because this one is pretty darn good. I'm going to need something amazing to make me buy another Sky Harbor. But this is good. I'm liking it. Hope you guys enjoy it. See you in chat. Until next time, stay safe. Stay healthy. I'm V1. See ya.